I'm very sunburnt. What? We're going live. Let's see. All right, we're good. We are live, doggy, because we do it live. That's right, we do it. We do it live. No, don't jump down already. Sit down, relax. We're going to stay in the show for once. Do something to earn your keep. Communism. You could see it from space. That's from James Lindsay. All right. What's going on? That's my events. What am I doing here? The Pineys, book 17. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Book 18, posting soonish. I think this week is going to be final edits, and hopefully I get the cover. So it could be up by next week. Could be up by this weekend, I'm thinking. This weekend. What did I do this week? That's a good question. I was supposed to go to the dentist, but my dentist closed unexpectedly. So I'm still looking to rearrange that. But it was a holiday week. Now, last year and previous years, I could never... Oh, there is Ardent. Ardent. Number one. King number one. Book 18. 12. Back to Canada. Oh, book 18, 12. Back to Canada. Ha! Ha ha ha. You'd think. But no, not a lot of New Jersey in the War of 1812, I don't think. However, there was what I went to this weekend. Let me see if I can find a thing for it. I went to the 249th anniversary of the Battle of Mount Holly. And here is it's part of the American Battlefield Trust, and this is where I was, the Mount Holly Iron Works. I wasn't on the hill, but I was in the graveyard nearby. And on December 1776, as one of this was the a real bad time for us. Desperation, disease, starvation, plummeting morale, and repeated defeats around New York City. In the fall of 1776, George Washington's army, at one point some 20,000 strong, had now dwindled to about 3,000 by early December. And so this was our darkest hour. So the Battle of Trenton turned it all around. But where's the Battle of Mount Holly? Oh, okay. Yeah. So the Battle of Trenton turned things around, and so this was a battle that took place after that. All right. So here it is on the Revolutionary War, New Jersey, and this is the area here. I saw that flagpole there. So it's fought at the Battle of Ironworks Hill near this diversion tactic aided Washington to capture Trenton. So this was part of that battle. Decisive skirmish. Indy Phantom is here. Howdy, Hollywoke history buffs. That's right. We do history and Hollywood. So that's where I was on Thursday, July 3rd. And they made cookies for the event. Those sugar cookies with stuff printed on them. They gave me a big stack of them. So that was a win right there. I sold a few bucks. It was really tough to get into the graveyard because the place was made before cars, and the gate to get in was just wide enough for my tiny little car. I was worried I was going to clip off a mirror, but I got in. And then July 4th, I actually had an event. I went down to Millville, and they had a July 4th thing. Indy Phantom Hollywood quickly becoming history. Yeah, it's a mess. Ardent, speaking of weird history, turns out 6 or 7 Newfoundlanders have won the U.S. Medal of Honor. Well, you guys are tough. What with all the woodworking and the cold, and I assume eating nothing but fish. You guys are tough. Ardent, I don't see you driving a small car in my head. More the caddy type. I wish. I wish. I wish I had a slightly bigger car just so I could haul more stuff. I used to have a massive car. When I was in college, my first car, my parents gave me their hand-me-down car, and it was a Buick Electra. And the Buick Electra was so wide. How wide was it? It was so wide. I pulled into the bank one time to deposit a check. And in those days, well, they still have them, like the drawers that come out. This one had like a drawer that folded out, and you put the tube, there was still a tube thing. You put the tube in it, and then it closed up, and then it connected with the tubes and went to the thing. So I'm pulling up, and the teller opened the thing, and the lane was only wide, just barely wide enough for the car, and I pulled up, and I realized I was going to hit that drawer, and I had to signal to the teller to close the drawer so I could pull up. And then she let it open, and I couldn't get at the knob, I couldn't get at the tube, so I had to pull all the way through and then get out of the car and use the tube that way. Oh my God, everybody's tweeting at me. Ardent, catching codfish barehanded and wrestling moose for the pillow. Nice. Phantom, haven't been keeping up, but there's so many vids about Superman controversies. You know, too many. And I blame a lot of this on James Gunn. James Gunn, shut the F up about the movie and just put it out already. Just stop talking about it. I think he talked about it way too much. I think you can burn people out on something before it comes out. So I think that was dumb of him up to a point. And I get why he did it. He thought he could hold back the internet tide of people saying things. He should have been much more discreet with that. Yes, you can come out and address controversies and false rumors or whatever, but he went way too far, in my view. Indie Phantom. I read that one. JC is here. Hi, hi, hi. What are these little crown symbols? Your mic is super low, Tony. All right, let me make an adjustment here. How's that? Is that better? Let me look at my levels here. Hey, how you doing? My levels are looking good, JC. I'm in the yellow. That's a primo spot for levels. But that should be better, either way. Ardent, Indie Phantom. Yeah, every time Gunn opens his flapping hole, I lose more interest. Yeah, I'll tell you a movie that I lost almost all interest in and ended up never seeing it. I still haven't seen it to this day. Was Sliver. Now, Sliver, I'll admit it, I wanted to see Sharon Stone's hoo-ha. But my God, they wouldn't stop talking about this movie and the scene. And eventually I just got sick of it and didn't go see the movie. Indie Phantom. Yeah, Ardent, Gunn is pretty much the source of all the nonsense. Have never heard a director talk this damn much since the last James Gunn movie. JC, bit better, crank it. Okay, it's about as high as it'll go. Check your volume controls. JC, they're ranking people on that chat based on how much they say. Oh, neat. Oh, you guys are in a competition then. Well, that'll be interesting. That'll be very interesting to see if anybody can beat Ardent. Now don't just start putting one-word things in. Ardent, LOL. I have found Craven for $1 rental earlier, but I don't have that streaming service, so I'll pay $4, ha ha ha, for it tomorrow on Prime. That looks terrible, Craven. JC, my volume is all the way up. Indie Phantom. Sliver I have seen a couple of times. Ardent. Muscle. Yeah, so just continuing up my summary of my week. Yesterday I went to a pool party, and as you can see, I got pretty beat red. I don't know if you can tell on the stream, but I am red. And Someone in the pool kept pulling me into the sun, saying, "You have to get some color, hun." Um, and I did, and that color was red. Fortunately, she made me an excellent dinner tonight, so all is forgiven. Um, and then she beat me at cribbage. That's our new thing, cribbage. Ardent. The XP thing is meaningless, in my opinion. JC, they should pay you for watching Craven. Yes, they should pay us all. Ardent at JC, LOL. Ardent just finished mowing the lawn about 15 minutes ago, and I have some burns. Well, I have burns because now I'm afraid to use sunblock because I heard that gives you skin cancer. And these days, I'm not surprised by that revelation. As soon as I heard it, I said, I bet that's true. And I just I had this sports stuff I used to use at shows and stuff, threw it right in the trash. I said, screw it. I don't know what's safe anymore. Nothing's safe. I have to wait until RFK approves it. But anyhow, that was my week. Good week. Good holiday. Because I actually got some work in, which I normally don't get this week. This is normally kind of a short month for me. But thanks to the last 2 days, July 4th and 3rd, I got some money coming in. So that's a good thing. And then I got a bunch of stuff the rest of the month. August is a little light. I got to beef up my August. September's going to be nuts. And October, too, because I'm doing 2 big shows in the fall. And I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, and I'm doing one, and I have to take care of something regarding that. I can't announce it yet, but I will be announcing it soon. Anyhow, Ardent, best solution, got burnt early and tan. Enjoy the leathery skin and pretend you're a dragon. The thing I can't stand is it itches now. I'm itching like crazy, and I haven't even gotten to the peeling stage yet, which I also can't stand because then there'll be skin all over the place. But that all being said, all is well in the house of Tony. Even Joan managed to sit in a proper way, although she's been a little antsy of late, but pretty good overall. Mostly because I've been so absent, busy doing stuff, seeing the girlfriend. Joan is more than happy to see me now and more than happy to obey me for a change. So it's a nice little change to have the dog not bossing me around. But anyhow, let's get enough about me. We have to talk about what's important, and that is movies and how they're dying. Ardent. Sunburn, itch, suffer a hot shower, it will hurt. As soon after getting burnt as possible, you won't feel the itch unless it peels. I did do that. I'm still kind of itchy, but we'll see. God. So, yeah, and the thing is, see, I'm tan like here, right? But then you could see where my shirt, I had like the redneck tan going. So that's the part that's really burnt, is the part that wasn't tan at all. But anyhow, the number one movie of this July 4th weekend is Jurassic World Rebirth. A movie nobody needed, nobody wanted, but there's kind of nothing else to see for a movie like this. So, all right, Jones out. That was short-lived. That was very short-lived. So Jurassic World, they're counting since Wednesday, did 318 million. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that's a 5-day deal. You're basically looking at averaging about 53 million a day worldwide, which is steady, but one wonders what is this going to look like next week. But it kind of doesn't matter. The budget was 180 million. So by the formula, it hasn't technically broken even. But again, that formula is not an exact science. But next week, yeah, it'll break even and then make some money. I think next week it'll probably drop by more than 50. I think it'll drop by a good 60%. Might be looking at another 140-ish to throw on top of that. Well, it was a 5-day weekend. So next week, I'm going to say really the weekend numbers here was probably closer to 150 million. Something like that. So next week, well, maybe it'll crack 75 worldwide. It's not very good. And then that'll hover around the 400. It'll probably be about 400 million. Which at that point will probably put it in profit mode. Probably. Some people say the formula is add its budget to cover the advertising and other costs. I've heard add the budget plus another half. And then some people do 3 times. I mean, it's hard to say. They did do a lot of advertising for this stupid movie. But you're talking about a studio that buys time on its own TV stations. Does that really count as an outlay when you're getting the money right back? You're just shifting the money from one division to the next and then writing it off as a tax write-off because that cost the movie studio. Then that's profit for the TV stations, which have other different write-offs. So it's kind of like you're spreading the money around your various divisions to avoid paying too many taxes, I think. But I think there's a limit to the amount that you can do that. If you do it on a big scale, I guess it saves you some money. If you do it on a small scale, it's probably not worth it because you're losing money every time you shift it from one place to another. Because there's got to be people to be paid, but at this level, when you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, that cost is negligible, right? So, JEC. I know people who work in film. They say the advertisement is usually part of the budget. It needs to take double the budget because the theaters take half. Yeah, and that's another factor too. Yeah, I think it depends on the movie studio. I mean, that may be the case in some movies. I in smaller movies, I've seen budgets. There's usually no advertising factored in, but those are much smaller movies. So who knows? But again, the even if you're factoring in the cost, let's say this had it cost 120 million, but they set aside 60 million for the advertising. A lot of it will go to their own TV stations, radio stations, and whatever media outlets they already own. But they're taking that money and pushing it into another division. And then that's counted as profit, but it's counted as a write-off for the movie. Because everything's a write-off. I mean, Robert Evans, the famous Hollywood producer of old, who's gone now, they did a cartoon with him where, the running gag was, just charge it to the movie. He was constantly charging things to a movie he was either making or would be making in the future or just had recently made. And that's kind of what they do. They're constantly charging everything to the movie. They're constantly putting it on a tab in this giant pile of money that the studio then divvies out. So my friend who worked for Disney, they had this office, and the office was on their tab, essentially. And then they got all sorts of perks for the office. But then Disney, my understanding, was keeping a running tab. And then when they got a movie greenlit, the first thing Disney would do, as the movie made money, their percentage of the movie, whatever it was, they would take that aside and then pay off their debt. And then once the debt was paid off, then they would get their royalties. Storbang, the kid stays in the picture. That's it. That's it right there. He was not a kid. He was very, very old. But he was a funny guy. I loved Robert Evans. He was very Hollywood. I based a character in Hollywoke, another novel, sort of after him. He was that type, the old school Hollywood guy who used to make big pictures and used to work the old Hollywood system. I forget the character's name, but that was a fun character to write. But yeah, Jurassic Rebirth, I hate the Jurassic World series. I like Chris Pratt. I like Scarlett Johansson, but I hate this friggin' franchise. I've hated it since the beginning. If you do Jurassic World War II or World War III, where the dinosaurs invade America and it's just the army blowing apart dinosaurs for 2 hours, sign me up. I'll watch that movie all day long. What this is, meh. And Scarlett Johansson should just be super buff and in a bikini top. I know she's getting old, but I still like her. And I still think she can rock a bikini at her age. She's only, I think she's still in her 30s, or she just turned 40. I don't remember. She still looks good. She's got those genes. If she just works out, she'll look good. I would like to see her in at least a bikini top. At least. Ideally, a bikini. Have the dinosaurs bite off her pants. That would be a movie to me. Whatever this is, meh. Don't care. Don't care. Don't want to see Scarlett bossing around the boys. JEC. Johansson is 40 and a mom. No one wants to see that. Well, I think she could pull it off. But, if she wants to be an action star, okay. I don't think she's a great action star. She's okay. I liked her as Black Widow, but that's because most of it was her hotness. I like that aspect of it. In this movie, it's not going to be about her hotness at all. Okay, how's that working out? I guess it's working okay because this movie's going to make some money, but I don't think it's going to make a lot. I don't think this is going to be like a $1 billion movie. Next week, I think this drops by more than 50%. Ardent at JC, I beg to differ. JC, I mean, CGI is pretty good these days. They can make her passable. Damn, dude. Storbang, ScarJo still in her 30s? Lord, I feel old. Ardent at Storbang, I feel that. I don't know. I think if Donna D'Errico from Baywatch at 52 can look as good as she looks, Elizabeth Hurley looks amazing. I think she's 60. I think ScarJo has those genes. I think she can do it if she wants to. JC, she mid. No, shut up. I think she could do it. She's got a rack. I'll be distracted by that rack. She just needs to work out like crazy. Maybe she doesn't want to do it. I don't know. I think she wants to be a serious actress now. That's okay. But you got to be super good at acting. She's in some other new movie where she plays a character who's English, and she does do an accent. It's okay. It's not great. But she's out on the town and in the press again saying, oh my God, in the early days, men cast me in roles for my beauty. Can you imagine? JC, born November 1984. She's 40. 41. Just creeping up on 41. I know. Well, All right, get her in it, get her in shape, get her in it, and get a young, hot 20-year-old in it too. Maybe she saves a bunch of cheerleaders from the island. I don't know. Get some hot chicks in this thing. That's how we built Hollywood. Hot chicks. Hollywood was built on hot chicks. This movie needs a hot chick. Or it needs endless streams of machine guns blowing away dinosaurs, which I know isn't happening. I think a couple of dinosaurs get shot this time and maybe blowed up real good, but I would like to see nonstop action. Ardent. Okay, now I feel dirty. I was 18 when she was born. Finally, I've reached dirty old man status. Congratulations. Look, she's a grown woman now. JC, she keeps suing studios. I don't know why you would bother with her at this point. She had a legitimate gripe with Disney, I think. I think they screwed her on the Black Widow character. The Black Widow deserved her own movie before things got too far along and they killed the character off. They could have done, and they were setting it up, a Hulk Black Widow movie. That would have been, I think it would have done well. I don't think it would have been $1 billion, but I think it would have done easily $500 million. It would have basically been a Hulk movie with Black Widow. I think it would have been great. I would have seen that back in phase 2 or 3.5, wherever it was. I think that could have been a deal. They could have done a bit of a broken romance between him and the Black Widow. I think that would have worked. They didn't do it. So instead we got, I don't know, whatever that movie was. Ardent. Also, yeah, you think her Hedy Lamarr got jobs because she was so smart, and she actually was. JEC, you're going to sue yourself out of a job. She's too big in that world. Yeah, she didn't sue. It's not like she sued everybody constantly. She's in Jurassic Park or Jurassic World Rebirth, the biggest movie of the summer, essentially, or one of. Didn't hurt her. Might have hurt her with Disney. She sued Disney. I'm not sure who else did she sue. I get what you're saying, but that's like, yeah, a low-level actress that sues the studio in some frivolous lawsuit. That could be bad. That could be really bad for your career. Scarlett Johansson, she's too big of a name. They have to suck it up and pay her. JEC, she's not big. Marvel was big, and she was the token chick. She's still big. She's in a lot of movies. What she needs is another hit. This movie probably won't be that hit. But it'll do okay. It's going to make money. It's not going to make a lot of money, but it'll be in the black. I'll say that. It'll at least be in the black. This thing will crack. If we use the basic formula, and it has to hit 360 million, this will be in the black. We're at 318 by next week. By next week, we'll be in the black. These days, that's all Hollywood's begging for. And if this thing manages to limp to 500 million, it's all good. They'll probably make a sequel. JEC, I think she sued over that Ghost in the Shell movie too. I thought she was sued over that, or wasn't it the original creators that sued Ghost in the Shell? I know there was some controversy with her in the lead role. I don't know, that movie didn't do too well, I don't think. And there's a perfect example of, like, you know, you want to be taken seriously and you were basically in a skin-tight bodysuit through that whole movie. Store bang. Never mind all that. I want to hear more about this saving a bunch of cheerleaders script idea. Okay. So there's a cruise, a cheerleading cruise, and there's also a competition. And the protagonist has to win the competition, but then they wreck the ship on Jurassic World Island, Jurassic Park Island, Jurassic World, whatever it is. And the girls end up on the island, and dinosaurs start eating them. And then Scarlett Johansson and her crew of beautiful, busty action heroes show up to save the day and make out with the survivors. Tell me that wouldn't sell. Tell me that's not a billion idea. I call it Jurassic World cheerleaders making out. Arden. Isla del Muerta? Maybe. Is that the island? Oh, I guess that's the island in the book. Arden, can we get some Eliza Dushku cheerleading coach action? Sure. Let's bring them all back. Let's bring all the classic beauties. Let's get Denise Richards in there as the older chaperone. Ardent. Pom-poms and predators. There you go. See? Yeah, and then Scarlett saves the day, and the beautiful cheerleaders live. But many of them lose their tops in the process. It's terrible. Storebang. Brilliant. I'm loading that into ChatGPT right now. First draft ready in a few minutes. It's so convenient. Ardent. Dina Meyer as the wild woman of the woods? Sure. She could be one of the hot scientists left behind. There seems to be so many scientists left behind on Jurassic Park World, or whatever the hell it was. Yeah, this whole franchise, I'm so sick of it. I'm so done with it. They'll probably be rebooting it. If this one fails, if they decide this one fails, I don't think they will. I think they're going to do at least another sequel, probably two. But yeah, they won't get my money. F1, the movie. Number 2. Dropping from 1. It dropped 54%. They put it in more theaters. I've heard good things about this movie. 54 is not too bad in its second week. But kind of shows you that what people want to see on July 4th weekend are friggin' dinosaurs. Now, why isn't this loading? There it goes. So we're at $293 million for a movie that costs, we don't know. That's probably money. I mean, I don't think it costs that much to do this movie. Basically, you're just driving around and turn into the left. So $26 million. It's not a huge drop off. It's a little lackluster, but a lot of competition. I don't know. Is this for the same 5-day period? Number 3, dropping from 2, How to Train Your Dragons at $11 million. In its 4th week, this thing did $500 million. They're gonna make all these they're gonna make the sequel. I'm sure this movie cost very little. Yeah, probably cost around $80 million. Like the live action Lilo and Stitch. I think that one cost 80, and that's doing gangbusters. They're gonna remake all these friggin' cartoons, but not Elio, which is number 4. Elio, no bueno. In its 3rd week, $5.7 million, $96 million. Oof, costs $150. No way this thing makes its money back. This is definitely a bomb. This is another bomb for Pixar. And the rumor is, of course, there was a bunch of gay stuff in this one. They made Elio extremely gay, and they cut it all out. And in that process, they cut most of it out, but there's still little signs of it, I've heard. Like, for instance, his ridiculous attire isn't explained in certain scenes, but really that was to tie in to all his fabulousness somehow, I guess. I guess he was going to be gay with the aliens. I don't know. I think besides that, it just looked dull and boring. And there's been some comparisons to that other movie, Red, the one where it was about the girl who had turned into a giant red panda or fox or whatever, and it was about her. It was sort of like a metaphor for her period. Ugh. So the character's design looked kind of similar, at least with the teeth and some of the face. I don't know what's happened to Pixar. I guess it's just they went woke. They went woke, and that's it. JEC should have just let John Lasseter hug and grope you, ladies. Now Disney is going to shut your studio down. Sad. Ardent, turning red. She became a red panda. Yeah. Yeah, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. Number 5, 28 years later, dropping like a stone. Although it was 5 last week, but it didn't start very strong. 125 million. Oh, well, it made its money back, surprisingly. I thought this thing was a bomb, but I mean, people aren't liking it, that's for sure. I think the franchise is finally dead. I'll say that. Pretty much all the reviews said the same thing. The first act's great, and then it just falls apart. It turns into a different movie. It's not, it starts out with father and son bonding, and then they completely ruin it. Again, I recommend, if you can stomach it, it's a pretty brutal comic, Crust. You can find it online for free. And it is brutal, man. And they have a story that's very similar to the 28 years later plot. Like, it's almost exactly the same. JC, no one wants to watch a cartoon set in Toronto. I live in Toronto, and I think the setting it in Toronto is cringe. What would I set in Toronto? I've actually been to Toronto. I dated a girl who lived there. What would I set there? Maybe a comedy. It was pretty laid back when I went. It's kind of a hippie city. Kind of boring. Not a lot of exciting things going on there that I could find. JC Videodrome. Is that where it was set? In Toronto? Videodrome? Man, it's been so long. JC, Seeing Red was set in Toronto. Okay. Well, I mean, that movie could have been set anywhere, really, but I don't know. What would I set in Toronto? Maybe a crime thing. Yeah, maybe some crime. Made-up crime that happened there. Murder mystery. Although, when I went there, I was dating this girl, and at some point I was just watching the news, put the TV on, and they talked about this guy who had been shot. And I was like, I'm watching it, and they kept talking about him. Finally, I turned to this girl and I said, why do you keep talking about this guy? Who was he? And she went, well, he was shot. And I go, yeah, so what? And she goes, no, you don't understand. He was shot 3 years ago. And I was like, so what? Who was... I assumed there were dozens of people shot today, right? I mean, we're in Toronto. She goes, no one was shot today. He was shot 3 years ago. That was the last time anybody was shot in Toronto. I was like, oh, now I understand. Ardent. Oh, here he goes with his Canadian girlfriend again. I'd set a monster invasion movie in Toronto, have the gangbangers and the bankers equally screwed when it turns out the predators showed up. Oh, Predator movie. That would be fun in Toronto. Everybody's too polite to fight the predator. The predator can't find anybody to fight. JEC. Yeah, Videodrome is set in Toronto. All of Cronenberg's early movies are set in Toronto because that's where he filmed them. Good idea. Guess that's why he got weird. Nothing ever happens in Toronto. except weird things. Number 7, Lilo and Stitch, still in theaters, 3.8 million. God, it's number 7. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's number 6. The numbering's wrong. They got 5, 7, 6. That's not how numbers go. The numbers. 3.8 million. It's doing fine. Ardent, great visual. The Predator stripping spines out of corpses on top of the CN Tower. Number 6, dropping from 4, Mithrigan 2.0. Or 7, I'm not sure. 3.8 million. This is in its second week, and it dropped 63%. That is no bueno. So, this movie did not catch. However, it only cost 25 million. Surprisingly, it's already made 30 million, so this might break even. I think it probably will break even. Let's see. What is it at? If it's at 30 million, I don't know. I don't think they probably spent that much money on it. Ardent, god damn it, the numbers. It's in your name. Yeah, at least they won't be doing a third Mithrigan. It's kind of, I kind of like the, I didn't like the first one, but I kind of like what they did with the second one. But the talking doll kind of disturbed me a little. Number 8 is the Mission Impossible movie. 2.7 million. Going out of theaters in its 7th week. I think this one is no bueno in terms of the money. I believe. Oh, the numbers. There it goes. No, it's... Well, this thing cost $400 million. And it's at 576. I mean... Now that I would believe they added the advertising in. But then again, they shot this during the pandemic along with the other one. Are they counting the other one? I don't know how they're counting this one. 400 million just seems way too much, even for a Mission Impossible movie. And all the pandemic stuff. It just seems like something's got up with this. But 576 million? I guess I don't think it's money, though. It's not money according to the formula, but how could it not be money? $500 million and it loses money. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But say they did spend $400 million on the movie and they did advertise it a lot. I don't know. Still doesn't make any sense. Number 9 is The Materialist or Materialist. It's a Dakota Johnson movie in its 4th week. 33 million. I believe this is money because it didn't cost that much. Yeah, it only cost 20 million. It made 45. So that's definitely money. I wouldn't see this. JC, there was an Elliot Gould movie called Silent Partners that's set in a big mall in Toronto, the Eaton Center. It's a crime thing about a bank robber who dresses as Santa. Ooh, that sounds cool. Sounds like Bad Santa before Bad Santa. I assume it was made in the 70s when Elliot Gould was an A-lister back in the day. He was like the guy for a while. He was like Pedro Pascal in the 70s. He was in everything. Number 10, This Is Spinal Tap went back into theaters for $1 million. I think this is to lay the groundwork. They're doing the sequel. I don't know about a sequel. I think they're way late on a sequel to Spinal Tap. Just seems like way too late to do this. I hope it's funny. I do love Christopher Guest, and the guys in it. Rob Reiner, I mean, he's really insufferable these days with his politics. I would love to look past it. I would love to be wrong. JC, yeah, 78. When the hell did Spinal Tap come out? Had to be in the 80s, right? Had to be like, I could say like 88? Oh, never got, see it? Never got, oh, it's been out for a little while. 4.7 million it made. Let's say when it was made. Yeah, 84. 84. Ardent, isn't one of the original actors in Spinal Tap dead? Harry Shearer was in it, right? Yeah, Harry Shearer, Michael McKean, still alive, and Christopher Guest. So those three. And the joke was in the movie that their drummer kept dying. So nobody actually died. That was a running gag. Ed Begley Jr. was one of the drummers, which was funny. He was like one of the early drummers when they were clean cut, sort of like the Beatles. And then Paul Schaefer, I think, makes a cameo. Rob Reiner makes a cameo because it's like a documentary. A few real musicians made cameos. And I forget the other actors in it. There were a couple other names in it. But yeah, no, not the original guys. It's really just those three guys. So I would love it for it to be funny, but I kind of think they're just like Christopher Guest, in my mind, hasn't lost a step. Harry Shearer's still pretty good. Michael McKean's a little, I don't know, he got to be a serious actor and got a little political, but not too much. But it's Rob Reiner that, God, he's just so insufferable now. So I worry that that's gonna get political. I mean, Harry Shearer is political, but like he kind of compartmentalizes it. JC, the chick who played the nanny on TV was in it. Oh, Fran Drescher. That's right. Who was she? I forget. Wasn't she like a manager or something? It's been so long. But it was funny. JC, you need to parody all those old bands doing reunion tours playing sad casino shows. Yeah, they kind of did that in the first movie, but yeah. I'll tell you one thing they could parody, and it happened this week. Let me see. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit here, but Ozzy did his big farewell concert, and I don't think he stood up because he's in rough shape. I think he sang from like a throne. And like them doing stuff about Ozzy and like a reality show and some of that, I think that would be pretty spot on. And JEC, she's just a cameo. I think she was the host at a party. Yeah, something like that. But the problem with rock and roll, and that's what it was really about, you know, rock and roll's just not the same anymore. Like, they went through the eras of rock and roll using the band. You know, they started out like a Beatles type band, then they went into their hippie phase, and then they became, you know, heavy metal guys. And now what's the next phase? I mean, I guess you could do 90s band. They could do a whole sort of 9 Inch Nails thing and, you know, wear all black and dye their hair and try to be super 90s. After that, you could then do something like this with Ozzy. and just being super old. But they kind of did, the pathetic show tour thing when they were doing it. I don't know. I don't know what you could do more. They can't really do rap. I don't think that would work. I think that would be total cringe if they moved into rap at all. So that to me is a non-starter. And everything now is like rap and R&B stuff, really. I mean, there's very little rock and roll coming out that's new. Clint Miller, Fran Drescher? Yep, that's who we were talking about. Hello, Clint. Welcome. But I'll say I don't want to be such a black pill about it, but I would love it to be funny. I would love to be pleasantly surprised that Rob Reiner, managed to set aside his Trump derangement syndrome for a few months just to make a good movie. JC, all those 80s bands are still touring. Just make a movie about them being a nostalgic act. Yeah, but they did that at the end of the first movie. They went to Japan because that was a thing. Like, the heavy metal bands were big in Japan. And so, yeah, they can do it. I just don't know how relevant it will be because, another guy they could parody is Bruce Springsteen. He's super old, and he's still touring. And I don't think a lot of people are following these acts anymore. The music industry, just like every other audience, is so atomized. What's popular worldwide is not what was popular back in the day. Back in the day, these rock bands were huge. They were gigantic. And they would get exported all around the world. Now it's like, what would be fun to do is if, they had an era where they tried to be more of a world music sort of band. They tried to appeal to the global audience and, made a mess of it. Oh, I know another thing they could do too. They could have one of the members of the band be the judge on one of those talent shows that's on TV, like The Voice or something. That would be fun. You do a big parody of that. I guess there's enough material in there if you really dig, but I just hope it's funny. Either way, I just hope it's funny. Number 11 from the world of John Wick, Ballerina, still in theaters at $725K, in its fifth week going away. No bueno. It's at $110 million. It cost $25 million, so no, sorry, it cost $90 million. So that is not necessarily break even. This is Sardar Jai 3. Yeah, I wonder if that's a Bollywood movie. In its second week in 125 theaters, it made about $3.4 million. I have no idea what this movie's about. It's in Punjabi. So it's a live-action Indian movie. Probably made a boatload of money in India. The Phoenician Scheme, in its 6th week, $400K. Never really took off, I don't think, but made $35 million. That's not too bad. What did it cost? We do not know. Could this movie cost less than $35 million? Maybe. I mean, Wes Anderson does a lot of stylish stuff, but it's not necessarily expensive. He had a lot of big names in it, but a lot of people want to work with Wes Anderson because he's a very distinctive style. So I think it's possible a lot of them took pay cuts just to be in the movie. Did it for scale, just to help poor Wes out. I still want to see it. If I was down the shore this week, that would have been my movie of choice. That everybody would have complained. I don't want to see the Phoenician Scheme. Let's go see Jurassic World. And I would have been like, ugh. Only if you pay for my ice cream. 14 is Final Destination Bloodline, still in theaters, $375K. In its 8th week, Karate Kid Legends still hanging around. In its 6th week, 330K. Life of Chuck, 245K in its 5th week. Sinners still hanging around, 146K. Excuse me, in its 12th week. Did very well, still recommend. Sorry Baby, 135K in its 2nd week, but they jammed it in 10 more theaters. It was only in 4 before, so no idea if that's going up or down. Thunderbolt still hanging around in its 10th week, 50K. That's a movie that maybe could have gotten a little bump this weekend down the Jersey Shore. Familiar Touch, no idea, in its 3rd week, 15K. What the hell is that? What the hell is this? Ruth Goldman, an older woman with dementia. Oh, no, I talked about this last week. Okay. It just sounds sad. And Kill the Jockey opened up. I saw the trailer for this. This looks kind of interesting. It's an Italian movie about a jockey. Here, I'll read the synopsis. Remo Manfredini is a famous jockey in debt to the underworld. Drug and alcohol addictions are compromising his career. The boss of his stable, the mafioso Serena, begins to lose patience, even though Abril, Remo's girlfriend, wins the races in his place. During an important race, Remo has a serious accident and ends up in a coma. When he wakes up, he assumes a female identity with the name of Dolores and wanders around Buenos Aires in a confused state. The gangsters, aware they will no longer be able to get a scent from him, hunt him down to get rid of him. Oh, that's not what I got from the trailer, actually, but I don't think it's a trans thing or a rainbow thing, but I think it's more of a wackiness thing because it is Italian and it takes place in Buenos Aires, and they're pretty manly countries or manly areas of the world. I think it's just to be stupid and silly because it's kind of like a dark comedy. But I know the mob tries to kill him, but he's in love with this. Oh, there's a smoking hot chick in this thing. She is like European smoking hot. She's smoking a cigarette and has got her blouse open. Yeah, she's a smoke show. So this looks very interesting to me. I would see this. So it's called Kill the Jockey. I think it could be fun. I think it'll be like European funny, which isn't all that funny, but kind of entertaining. And I was talking in my comments about comedy and how it doesn't translate to other cultures. And he was arguing with me, and it's just a rule of thumb. I mean, there are some comedies that can transcend culture to some degree if they're very slapsticky, if they take place, for instance, in a time period like the Middle Ages or in caveman times. But the further you go back in time, the more basic the comedy becomes, you know. But things like slapstick, generally American audiences don't like slapstick in their comedy. They might tolerate it. The kids kind of like it, but it's not generally all that popular from American audiences. But Asian audiences still like it. To some extent, the French like it. Their comedies lean towards absurdist humor, which can get just really weird and strange, which sometimes works with American audiences, but a lot of times it doesn't. And then when you get down into the nitty-gritty details, as I've always said, there's just different things in different cultures that people in America just aren't going to get. And you're talking about ardent. Slapstick definitely crosses cultures. Highbrow pun, not so much. Yeah, if you like it. But American audiences generally don't. And another thing is that people around the world follow America, right? They know who the president is. They know who some of our major figures are a lot of times, and celebrities. The opposite is not true. People here just don't give an F about other countries. It's really true. Like, people here, gun to their head, some of them can't even name our own president. I mean, you think they can't find countries on a map? I know, man. You think most of the people in the United States can name the president of Canada or the prime minister or whatever the hell you have? No way. No way they know Carney. Absolutely not. I would bet money that if you interviewed 10 randos on the street, 8 of them wouldn't know. 5 of them would immediately go, I have no idea. 3 of them would take a guess it would be wrong. 2 of them might get it. Might. They just don't know. But the opposite, I mean, if you ask anybody in Canada, the president of the United States, I bet almost all of them get it. I bet 9 out of 10. In other countries too. Because people follow the United States. But people here don't give an F. They really don't. JC, they probably know Trudeau. Yeah, they might know Trudeau. They would probably answer Trudeau. Now. JC, for all the wrong reasons, yeah. Yeah, only because, his name got tossed around and Trump tossed it around. So, people in other countries might get American comedies because they follow American culture close enough that they know a lot of the basics. They might know some of those references to famous people in America. They might know the basics of high school. And they might just know the basics of the culture simply from watching movies and TV shows, because a lot of movies and TV shows get exported out of America into other cultures. But the opposite, absolutely not. I mean, I was looking at a lot of Indian movies. I still can't quite figure out their school system because they do a lot of comedies that take place in school. Their school system is odd to me. Can't quite figure it out how it works. I kind of understand the English system a little bit. When people say they go to university, I believe they're going to college. I'm not sure the grades. Like, we have grades here, and it's a little different in England. I know that in Japan, once you get to the equivalent of about 8th grade, they make you choose between an academic path or more of a trade path. And so but beyond that, I don't know much about, say, other school systems and other, coming of age movies that take place in other cultures. I don't know. Now, but there are a lot of weebs here. If anything, you could get a room full of weebs to tell you everything about the Japanese culture because they follow it. And there's a handful of people who follow, say, the English culture, but mostly the royals. But a lot of them don't. Clint Miller. I liked Art Carney. Yeah, he was in the Star Wars Holiday Special as, I think he was like a traitor or something. And I think he sang. I want to say he sang too. I know Princess Leia sang. Did Luke sing in that one too? It was stupid. It was a very stupid show. Clint Miller. To the moon, Alice. That was Jackie Gleason. Art Carney, the all-time best comedy bit on the Honeymovers was Jackie Gleason's character was on Name That Tune, which was a game show. I think it might still be around, but Name That Tune, they would play some of the bars of a song, and you had to name the song. So Jackie Gleason spends the episode practicing with Art Carney's character, who was his sidekick, his neighbor, and he could play piano. So every time they practice a song on the piano, so Jackie Gleason could figure it out, Art Carney would start with dun 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 dun, like every time, until finally Jackie Gleason blew up at him and said, "Stop playing that." Like he was just driving him crazy, as he always did on the show. Well, then, of course, he gets on the show, and he's winning. He's just winning and winning and winning. And then finally it gets to the final question, and name that tune. And, of course, it's dun 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 dun, and he doesn't know what it is. It was the best. It was the absolute best. It was a funny show. JEC, I wish our Carney was the prime minister's could remake The Honeymooners with Trump as Ralph. That would be pretty funny. Clint Miller, JEC, right on. Dun, 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 dun. Trump going, oh, Carney. Bang boom to the moon, Carney. Anyhow, that's it for the box office this week. So what was the grand total? My phone's blowing up. What's on my phone? Nothing. Oops. The grand total was 154 million. Meh. That's okay-ish. But for the summer, July. This is the biggest box office weekend. You don't get bigger than this. The next big one is Labor Day. There's no holidays in August, I checked. Unless you count the one I used in book 16 of the Pineys, which was National Mosquito Day. Not really a holiday. So this is it. This is the biggest holiday of the year for the summer, July 4th. And it's 154 million. That's not even the biggest one this year. So, not great. It's a summer of suck. It's a summer of suck, Hollywood. All right, turning into Variety. They're talking about Jurassic World. What the hell else are they going to talk about? Oh, yeah, Superman. Because we can't get enough of that. Just put the damn movie out. Superman star David Cornsweet reached out to Henry Cavill and Tyler Hoechlin for advice, but they said they were not going to try and give you any tips. Okay. I don't know. Again, it's just James Gunn has said every possible. I mean, if James Gunn had just repeated the dialogue from Superman, he would have already been through it twice in all the interviews he's given. It's ridiculous how much he's talked about it. Black Sabbath reunites for Ozzy Osbourne's final performance, joined by Metallica, GNR, Steven Tyler, and other hard rock all-stars. You mean old rock all-stars. Anybody see that picture of Axl Rose looking super fat? Oh, man. We were making fun of him. Jeez. I wish I could find that list. Hold on. I want to see if I can find this real quick. Oh, what the hell? Hold on. Axl Rose fat. Where is the fat Axl Rose? They keep showing old pictures of him. There he is. Welcome to the bakery. We've got pies and cake. I mean, it was a big list of things. Let's see if there's a list. Take me down to the barbecue city. Where the sauce is rich and the ribs are meaty. Now there he doesn't look too bad. I mean, he does look heavier. Obviously he's going to look older. But I'm telling you, there was one picture of him. He looked like a whale. He looked awful. I guess this is all his fans posting no, he's not that fat, but I'm telling you, that picture of him, he looked enormous. I can't find it. I could go through my own profile and probably find it, but JC, that's an older pic of him from like 150 years ago. Ardent, LOL, more like Axl Rose with like triple X. Exactly. Speaking of take me down to Barbecue City, here's Lena Dunham. Okay, if you need to last longer, just think of this picture. Holy cow. She looks awful, man. She looks just awful. Look, I know plenty. I have relatives who are heavy. I know people who are heavy. You could dress better than wearing what I assume are a bunch of rags you found on the street. Ardent, fat doesn't matter. Luther Vandross, BB King, talent trumps chubby. JC, woof. Oh man, that picture will haunt me in my dreams, my nightmares. Ardent, JFC, more like don't let Lena on me, Dunham. Don't let her Lena on me, Dunham. Oh, I ruined that. JC, she looks like she ate Lena Dunham. I know. She does not look good. Does not look good. But she don't care. She don't care. In fact, her new show doesn't star her, but it stars like a stand-in for her, like a young version, but also fat girl who she like screws up her life in America, moves to London, and then lives her dream of living in London, and every good thing happens to her for some reason. Ardent, you know what the secret to great comedy is, right, Tony? Not consulting Lena Dunham. Being 50 pounds overweight. Timing. Tell me the secret, Ardent. Tell me. Brad Pitt tried to go method by eating 4 plates of beans while filming his diabolical flatulent forced the 60-person crew to flee. JC, timing. Oh, this was from the other day. Ardent, I don't feel the slightest bit bad for Lena Dunham. There's too much of her dark secrets out there. JC, the chat was too slow. Ruined my joke. No, that's part of the joke. Clint Miller, I thought it was location. No, that's something else. No, the way you do that joke about comedy is you ask someone, do you know what the secret of comedy is? And when they start to answer, you interrupt them and go, timing. Michael Douglas has no intention of returning to acting. If only Lena Dunham would join you. Says U.S. idealism now does not exist now. People are going into politics to make money. Yeah, that never happened before. Ardent, it's timing and callbacks. Yes, very much so. Michael Douglas, yeah. Don't get political now. You're retired. Go enjoy your retirement, your millions of dollars, and your Catherine Zeta-Jones. Don't start saying things now, please. He said a few things, but don't say any more. If I could just give advice to celebrities, what I would say is, please don't give us your opinions. I get it. Some of you are smart. Like Dolph Lundgren, very smart guy. Smart enough. I have no idea what his political opinion is. Like none. I don't recall ever hearing about his politics. See how smart he is? Because it just doesn't do a celebrity any good. Just doesn't do it. It's not part of your brand. Like with Bill Maher, it's part of his brand now. It wasn't initially, but he made it part of his brand. Dennis Miller, it's part of his brand. If it's not part of your brand, don't do it. If you're going to be an actor, you kind of got to be in the role, and that's about it. And, you know. JC, finally got the memo about the Gilded Age, didn't you, Michael? Did you, Michael? I know, right? Like, what is he even talking about? He's living in a fantasy land. Here we go. James Gunn says, Superman is about an immigrant that came from other places and how we've lost the value of basic human kindness. Don't ruin it now, James. See that statement right there? It sounds like it's gonna be woke. Now, I've heard mixed things. On the one hand, something leaked that was very, very bad. Said the movie's the end of superhero movies. But that was from the Daily Beast? I don't listen to them. And then another critic leaked something kind of in the movie's defense because he felt bad for the movie because he really liked it. So my take is this. The movie's probably going to be pretty well written, but it's probably going to have a message too, or some message in it. Which is fine if it's like a light message. It's just kind of in there. It's not in your face. You know, something about the human kindness, that fits in with Superman. Something about immigrants. As long as you don't go to Trump, as long as you don't have a Trump-like figure, as long as it doesn't get super political and turn into like, oh, we gotta save all the immigrants, then I think he'll be okay, because I think he's a good enough writer that the story will hold together. I think. So, I'm hopeful. I'll wait for the reviews, though. JC, no, James. The crowd photos from No King's Day were AI. They're not going to show up to pay to see your movie. Absolutely not. They will not. But I don't think James necessarily is doing it for that reason. He may be doing it because of, you know, his previous behavior and he got canceled and all that. And he's just trying to, like, lay the groundwork so the studio will say, oh, he's doing what we want. You know, he's giving lip service to the message or whatever. The upside is he said so much already about the movie. When you put it all in context, like, this barely matters because he said so many things on either side. Maybe that was the plan. To just flood the media outlets with statements that none of them really matter and you just go see the movie. But, man, it's a little hot in here. Let me turn on a fan. There we go. So, I'm still mostly white-pilled about the movie. I'll wait for Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker to weigh in. Unless I have an opportunity to see it early, which I might do. I might still go see it early and do a review if I feel like it. But we'll see. We'll see. But James should shut up. It's like every time he says something about it, I get a little more annoyed. But I'm still clinging to hope that we're going to get a decent Superman movie. It's not that hard. It's just not that hard. Kelly Clarkson postponed her opening of her Las Vegas residency hours before the show, which is weird because seems like that would be a no-brainer, but maybe she had a medical thing. Charlize Theron on hanging off a helicopter in The Old Guard 2, possibly a possibility of a third movie and why she hasn't directed yet. Is she holding out for a director's title? Let me tell you someone who I've really soured on. Charlize Theron. Now, she still looks pretty good, but every time she does sort of like, this is my real life interview, I lose so much respect for the woman. So, last time it was about how all her kids are trans or gay or whatever. I don't know, they're all in the rainbow community, every single one of them, which I think she adopted them all. She had an interview where she complained that she couldn't get a husband, which, again, makes no sense. Because see how old she is and see how rich she is. Who the hell's gonna be rich enough to marry Charlize and put up with all her nonsense? That's just not going to happen. If I was a billionaire, I would marry the hottest chick. Right? If you were a billionaire, you'd marry the hottest of hottest chicks. Just because you could. And, you know, you'd do like Trump. You'd have a prenup, and she'd basically be your hot employee that you had sex with all the time. Charlize Theron, like, complaining she can't get a man. And then she was recently in a podcast where she bragged about banging some 26-year-old and having a one-night stand. To which I say, you don't brag about that. Now, if a 40-year-old guy brags about banging a 26-year-old chick, that's bragging. If you're normal, if you're a normal guy. No movie stars. No, that's not bragging rights. Movie stars do that all the time. So, bragging that you banged a 26-year-old and you're a movie star, that's like absolutely no bragging right. Any regular 40-year-old woman that looked halfway decent could bang a 26-year-old today. It just happens. My girlfriend used to tell me about offers she'd get on the internet, and let me tell you something. Some of them were that young. Absolutely. So, she's just weird, man. And the old guard, from what I've seen, in my opinion, she's weird. From the old guard, from what I've seen of it, yeah, it doesn't look great. I've seen some clips of some scenes from it. It's not great. It's okay. It could be great. I mean, it's basically the Eternal Warrior or female Highlander, really. And now they're remaking Highlander. I barely care about that. JEC adopted a bunch of black kids from Africa and turned them trans. I think one of them's trans, right? One of them's non-binary, one's gay, I know that. Clint Miller, heh, I'm 68. My girlfriend is 32. See? That's the way it rolls. The other way is not a brag. Women don't brag about banging dudes. That's easy for them. There's not a woman alive who looks like Charlize Theron that can't get a man. Just about any man. I mean, come on. She still looks good. She could get any man she wants. If she was dirt poor, she could get any man she wants. She could literally marry herself right out of poverty. Even at her age. But she's already rich. To impress Charlize Theron, you got to show up in a private jet at minimum. Even then, you better have like the top of the line. Better have the champagne cooled and ready to go. Clint Miller. Butchering this. Cialis rules. Cialis. He's taking Cialis because his girlfriend's 32 and he's 68. You're a nut, Clint. You're a nut. Ardent, go Clint. Clint, Ardent, you know it. JC, a guy in his 20s will put his D in anything. Put his D in you? Congrats. That's true, Tim. It's the sad truth about guys in their 20s. They are horny as F. Their standards are way down there, a lot of them. If given the opportunity to bang anyone halfway decent looking, I mean, Charlize Theron looks good. She looks pretty damn good. You're talking about a movie. I mean, forget about the movie star part. She looks pretty good. But, I mean, to brag about this just beyond, like, what world are you living in? I think feminism has really ruined women like her. And I can only conclude it's feminism. Because she gave another interview where she talked about how she was in love in her 20s and she made a conscious decision to not get married because she wanted to see the world and do all these things. And hell, in her 20s, I mean, Charlize Theron was a smoke show. So the world was at her feet. Sure, guys are going to fly her all over the world. I knew women who, when they were hot, when they were in their 20s, one woman told me, oh, I lived in LA for a year. I said, oh, did you work? What did you do? She said, no, this guy paid for me and my friend to live out there. And I was just like, he paid for you and your friend just a whole year? She's like, yeah. I said, so you were having sex with him? She's like, no. So her and allegedly she wasn't having sex with him, but she lived for an entire year rent-free just because she was pretty. This is what happens to beautiful young women every single friggin' day. And if you're a young, beautiful woman, you think it happens to everybody, I have to assume, or most people. And you don't understand that beauty is fleeting, and eventually you're going to get older, and men aren't going to do that. It's not your personality. And you know, at some point, the attention just slows down. And, you know, it's not every woman who falls down that rabbit hole. A lot of women are very normal, and they realize that. But Charlize Theron, I don't think, did. And so she screwed around in her 20s and 30s. Now she's in her 40s going, I can't find a man to marry me. I'm banging 26 years old. It's like, yeah, you kind of blew it. Kind of blew it. But it is also hard to have a relationship in Hollywood when you're doing all these movies and flying around the world, you know, and raising 4 kids, apparently. Or raising, I would put in quotes, though. I assume she, like, foffs them off to the nannies and to go out and bang 26-year-olds or whatever she does. Ardent. Guys want to marry women who need them. See, Alice? JEC. Simp. You know. So, what do you do with someone like this? I mean, is she gonna get? I think she's only gonna get worse. But then when the movie stuff dries up, maybe they just won't put her on podcast anymore. Is she gonna come out like 10 years from now and talk about how every man took advantage of her because of her looks and put her in movies and really objectified her and blah blah blah? Has she already done that interview? Anyhow. Moving on, Dakota Johnson is getting ready to shoot directorial feature debut. Says she wants to play a psychopath. Can't waste any time on toxic sets anymore. Oh, damn it. I thought if you were directing the movie, you wouldn't be able to act in it, but oh well. I think I'd rather see a movie directed by Dakota Johnson than her being in it, quite frankly. I don't think she's a good actress. She's no, she's not good she's good looking. I'll say that. She's pretty good looking, but I wouldn't want to see her in a role. Lord's Virgin album debuts at 2 on the Billboard chart. Okay. Congratulations to Randy Marsh. South Park people will get that joke. Ardent. To be fair, Dakota Johnson can act. Yes, I agree. Leguizamo Does America returns with perfect timing amid anti-Latino rhetoric and deportations under Trump. What anti-Latino rhetoric are you talking about, Variety? JEC. I'd watch a movie directed by her if it was a sex tape. Maybe. Variety seems to think we have anti-Latino rhetoric. What anti-Latino? I haven't heard a single negative in that area regarding the deportations. Again, the politics here is pretty damn obvious. JC, remember Lorde? She had that one terrible song 15 years ago. Hey, Randy Marsh is a pretty good singer, if you ask me. The Office actor Craig Robinson is officially quitting comedy to focus on his true calling, following something bigger. I think he's doing a singing career. I didn't actually read this article. Or is he doing like a church thing? Oh, he didn't announce it yet. So he's giving up comedy. That's sad because I thought he was fun in comedy. He's very funny in Hot Tub Time Machine. I like that. This Is the End is hilarious. It's just, no, I can't get around it. Sausage Party was awful. God, that was awful. But I wouldn't blame him for it. Dolomite Is My Name. Did I see that? I don't remember. The Bad Guys. I didn't see that. He's in some more animated stuff. That's a shame. I like Craig Robinson. I wish he would do more comedies. Ardent. Anti-illegal equals anti-Latino. These lefties always reveal themselves thinking they are preaching to the converted. Yeah. Ardent at JEC. Tennis court? JEC. Royals, wasn't it? Royals, wasn't it? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry. Going too fast. I'll try to slow down. Let's see. Expert Alensky Havaryanin talks at Amman about how AI is rewriting indie filmmaking. Maybe. F1 overtakes Napoleon as Apple's highest grossing film with $293 million. Oh, that's kind of significant. And it's still making money, so. JC, Royals was that one popular Lorde song. Oh, okay. Ardent, Tennis Court was the second terrible Lorde song. Let's see. Anything else interesting? More on James Gunn. No. All right, moving on to Fandom Pulse. Fantasy author John A. Douglas, who I follow on Twitter, you should follow him, becomes a meme with Orc City going mega viral on X. Was that the thing that went mega viral with him, or was it didn't he go viral with the his trip to Walmart where he was looking for the men's fiction and there was almost none there, or none? But so anyhow, he's doing a shtick about orcs now. So I don't know, there's some argument about being an orc. The problem is the people who run D&D are super woke. They're like super uber woke. And this meme is sort of poking fun at that. JC, still terrible. Oh wait, Ardent at JC. Royal was better. JC, still terrible. Ardent, 'twas. Yeah, so follow John on X if you see him. I don't quite get the orc thing, but it's kind of funny. I follow a lot of the D&D guys because I used to be a D&D player. Some of the jokes hit with me. Rewriting a sci-fi publishing establishment's anti-AI story using AI, I guess. Mark Hamill, of course, posting a bitter sentiment on the 4th of July that everyone loves and feels happy about. Feels more like the farce of July. Huh? Huh? He was Luke Skywalker. Dear God. Now serving Trump footlongs. It's 3 inches. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Where's that picture? That street looks very familiar to me. I bet that's at one of the cons I've been at. JC, most of JDA's articles are written with AI at this point. No, I don't think so. Ardent cock knocker. A mural of the Statue of Liberty and Shame unveiled in France the day before the 4th of July. I guess. Like, what does France care? France is falling apart. Can you imagine France criticizing us at this juncture? France is falling the F apart. France is completely overrun. They're not even illegal migrants. They're just legal because they have an open border policy. They just let everybody in their friggin' country. Paris is just a mess from what I hear. Although I will say that my relatives went to Paris and they were fine. So it's not completely overrun, but still though, there have a lot of problems in France. So yeah, I wouldn't throw stones. JC, Look how skinny Mark Hamill's arms are. Let me see. Pretty skinny, yeah. He is old though. I just wish he wasn't like this. I really do. Oh, JDA advertising his book. JC, I'm sure the tourist areas are nice to visit still. Yeah, apparently. But France was the country that passed the law against millionaires to tax them more, and tens of thousands of millionaires left the country. So it was like a textbook, reason not to tax your millionaires, because millionaires have millions of dollars and they'll just leave your country and go hide their money elsewhere before the law takes effect. And that's exactly what happens. The year that the law took effect, something like another 10,000 millionaires left. And now they're really in trouble with their tax base. JC, most third world countries are nice if you just stick to the tourist areas. Yeah. Point taken. And now UK is doing the same thing, only theirs are more related, not so much EU stuff, but it's just they're straight up commies. So yeah, you're going to see the flight of capital from the UK. Like, why the hell would you stay there? I know one millionaire who, I think he might be living in the UK now. He'll get the F out of there. He'll get right the F out of there. He won't waste a second. I'd be surprised if he even managed to move out there. He was talking about moving out there when this would have been like 9 years ago. Now maybe he made the move 9 years ago, but he might be making it back. He might be making the trip back to get out of taxes. Ardent, irony, best parts of Newfoundland are not the tourist areas. Well, that's often the case, I think, for a lot of countries that aren't falling apart at the seams. Let's see. SFWA raises alarm about analogs Asimov's moral rights in their standard contracts. I'm not sure what this is about. Something about republishing works that have been in Analog magazine. Didn't really get it. But when you sign off on most magazines to publish a story, you usually just get the first. You're usually just selling the first North American publishing rights, and then reprint rights for, collections down the road of the magazine. But maybe they changed that. Marvel Comics insults Spider-Man fans by having Spider-Gwen magically erase Gwen Stacy's death. So look forward to that, Marvel Comics. If by some insane reason you hate yourself and you're still buying Marvel Comics. JC, UK's taxes were always brutal. Rolling Stones made some of their best albums in exile, dodging paying back taxes. Well, a lot of them do dual citizenship. And I'm not sure how it works, but I think it works out that you pay the taxes of one but not the other or something like that. But I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, Kotaku got sold, but promises to still be terrible, apparently. So look forward to that, I guess. Vincent D'Onofrio responds to fans. Imagine that. I can pronounce D'Onofrio like that. Probably because I heard it before and I butcher almost every other name. Maybe it's because it's Italian. Vincent D'Onofrio responds to fan who claims that Disney nerfed Kingpin and Daredevil Born Again. Basically, he says no, and then... but it looks like they're not going to do another season. And the word is, they told the editors not to watch the Netflix Daredevil show. Gee, I wonder why they're not getting another season. I mean, the first 2 seasons of the Netflix shows were the seasons everybody raved about. I got emails and calls from everybody I knew connected to comics telling me how awesome the first couple of seasons of the Netflix Daredevil was. And you telling me you actually told your talent, oh yeah, don't look at that. Don't look at the good show. Look at the crap. Look at the crap we've done recently. Amazon Studios founder admits modern movies are actually worse. They are worse. I mean, objectively speaking. A lot of them just don't hold together. Ardent, I love the Netflix Devil. Yeah, I mean, I heard it was pretty watchable. But I think the brand is so beaten over at Disney, nobody cared. I think a lot of their subscribers are either free, because they gave it away in certain packages, or they just, they're just like a lot of people I know who they have way too many channels and they hardly watch any of them. So you got people paying for years on Disney Plus, and maybe they've watched 1 or 2 things. It's a waste of money, but they don't care. They have it. It's the kind of thing. That's why they love subscriber stuff so much, because people forget about it. They subscribe and they forget. Ardent, did they tell them to watch the Affleck movie? Maybe. The Affleck movie got all kinds of love when it first came out, even though I hear it's awful. But it did okay, actually, because they dropped it in February, and it was a slow month, and it was the #1 movie like the entire month or something. But Amazon Studios founder admits modern movies are actually worse. I think they're actually worse when you make them, Amazon, but that's just me. Maybe make actual good movies. I mean, Minecraft, I don't think was a bad movie. I don't think you can call it a bad movie. #1, it made money. #2, it gave its audience exactly what it wanted. I have yet to hear a single Minecraft fan complain about the Minecraft movie. And in fact, I'm so intrigued by the movie, I'm waiting for it to come on one of the streaming platforms. I'm going to watch it. I just want to see how stupid it is. Really. I probably won't get half the jokes, and Jack Black is really starting to wear on me, but I kind of want to see it because it's a bit of a phenomenon. And I kind of want to get in on that, just to sort of see it. That to me is a movie that kind of, stuck by its deal, even though it's a stupid deal. Ardent, Colin Farrell was a pretty good Bullseye, honestly. He's always good. You really can't go wrong with him in any role. He's just one of those actors. He's like Gary Oldman. You put him in a role, he'll be good. You could just say, here's the script, dude. You don't have to worry about him. I would cast him in all kinds of things. He would be a guy I would cast. Gary Oldman would be a guy I would cast. Tom Hardy. I mean, there's so many of them. They're on point. They're so good. The women, maybe Carrie Condon, who was in Banshees of Inisherin with Brendan Gleeson, who would be another guy. He's just amazing. Not a lot of women on the list, though, that come to mind. Going through the A-listers in my head. Yeah. Not a lot of them are great. I mean, yeah. Can't think of them off the top of my head. At times, like Meryl Streep would have been on that list back in the day. I'll tell you, Carrie Fisher would have been on that list. She was good. She hit her mark every time. She's kind of always the same in every movie, but she was good. Ardent, I love Brendan Gleeson. See him in a few UK interview shows, and he's hilarious. Yeah, he's just really good. I mean, in everything he's in. He's in a lot of Borman movies, you know, and he's good. He's just one of the best actors. Um, Billboard removes Eric July's Glorious Death from charts despite meeting all requirements. It's weird. Oh, okay. So he did a song called Glorious Death, and it was removed from the Billboard charts. Well, that's weird. JEC, women, you just want the latest pretty young thing. They get too old like the Scarlett Johansson. It's time to phase them out. Well, some of them are really good actresses. I mean, Kerry Condon's a really good actress. Or they have a good presence, you know? Like Carrie Fisher, I think, had a great presence. Gosh. JC, Carrie Fisher was an insane bipolar drug addict. That's why she didn't work much after Star Wars. But she had a great presence. Ardent, what's her name? Played How I Met Your Mother and was Maria Hill in the MCU. Kobe Smulders. Her I like. Maverick 77 Defenders here. Hi. Ardent, low Mav. Maverick, Jurassic movies print money. Unfortunately, yes. They sure do. Rumor, Lucasfilms planning full reboot of Indiana Jones. Sigourney Weaver's pretty good. Has a good presence. Not a huge range, but good. Solid. Wouldn't have to worry about her. But yeah, so they're planning a full reboot of Indiana Jones. A lot of people were pointing to Pedro Pascal, saying he would be the guy. I don't know about that. I think after Fantastic Four crashes and burns, they might rethink that. Chris Pratt would be my choice if they had to reboot this thing. He would be perfect for the role. JC, Debbie Reynolds had a better presence and could sing and dance. That's true. That's 100% true. She was a classic. She was from the golden age of Hollywood. Maverick, will Lilo get to $1 billion? No, I don't think so. Arctic, Karen Gillan? Gillian Anderson, 2 more good actresses. I agree with Karen Gillan. Gillian Anderson, no. I can't agree with you on that. Sorry. She is... I haven't seen her really good in much. She's kind of just there in the X-Files. JC, Harrison Ford is Indiana Jones. Trying to recast him is a fool's errand. I think it's way too soon. If you waited 20 years and gave it to a new young guy, you might be able to do it. The problem with Indiana Jones is it wasn't that original of a concept. It was based on a bunch of Pulp Fiction stuff. So just make another guy. They're only doing it for the IP, and they're only doing it now because they're desperate. They're absolutely desperate to get their franchise back in the air. Maverick, do the Texas floods prove climate change is real? No. Almost 100 dead in Texas floods. It's very sad. I read about that. Ardent at Maverick. No, but it does prove some people will celebrate kids' deaths if it reinforces their BS. Maverick. Make Ke Huy Quan the new Indiana Jones. That would be hilarious. If it was like a sequel, like he took up the whip and, it was later. But, yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. Give him his own character. Maverick. JC. If you wait 20 years, no one will remember the good Indiana Jones. Might as well make a new character. Disagree. But, 20 years, we've already passed the 20-year mark. But, you could do it in 20 years if you wanted to revamp the IP. But it would be easier to take the $200 million you would spend on an Indiana Jones movie, make 10 $20 million films, and see if any of them hit. That's it. You do 10 $20 million films based on whatever adventure novel or whatever thing you want to base it on. Just put them all out there over the course of a year. You need the content anyway. Do some R&D in your own studio. Get a bunch of new IPs out there. One of them will hit. Do 20 movies at 10 million apiece. One of them will hit, and then you do it. Then you franchise it big. Maverick 77, make Tom Selleck the new Indiana Jones. Well, he's gotten up there too. JC, I want a short stack movie. That would be fun. We've passed the 40-year mark. Yeah. But I mean, if you wanted to revamp it, you have to let people forget about the terrible movies. Maverick, people are less religious now, and Indiana Jones was kind of religious. The Alien version flopped. It did. I wouldn't reboot it at all. I mean, if I was running the studio now, I would just say, get us some new stuff. If the studio insisted I rebooted it, like if it was part of the deal, like, you got to reboot it or you're out of a job. You know, a couple of people said maybe they should do an animated series. It's not really the same. But if I had to do it as a movie and I had to do it now, my choice would be Chris Pratt. Or, you know, a guy who was like Chris Pratt, you know, had that bit of humor to him, bit of adventure type. I mean, I'm sure there's dozens of guys in Hollywood like that. Maybe even a comedian type, make it a little lighter, fun, and maybe do it as a TV show. Start it out as a TV show, and then just go from there. Build it back up. But I think you're digging yourself out of a hole. Maverick, the joke was Tom Selleck was chosen as Indiana Jones first before Harrison Ford. I know. Are you going to join Elon Musk's new party? No. First, if we're going to talk about Elon, I think Elon, it sounds to me, one of two things is going on. Either Elon is being a psyop guy, and he's splitting up the party, or one of the parties, for his own nefarious behind-the-scenes reasons, or he is genuinely a bit emotional and bipolar, and he's actually mad again, and this is his response. I don't think he fully embraces what he's getting himself into. You're talking, I mean, money really helps in a political campaign, but he can't run. So he needs the candidate. A candidate who would out-charisma Trump or J.D. Vance. I don't think he has one. Not yet, anyway. Now, maybe if he starts small and builds it up over a period of time, he could make that happen. Maybe this is all a psyop to split the Democrats and permanently destroy them or replace them. Maybe this is a psyop to split the MAGA guys down the middle and keep them out of power. I'm not quite sure yet. It depends on who joins them. I know this. A lot of influencers on X have joined up with him. I am not one of them. I don't think it's going to happen. I think there's plenty of parties that are already established he could have thrown his money behind. I don't know why he wouldn't throw his money behind the Libertarians. Wait. Before you comment, I know the Libertarians have been an absolute S show. But they do have a history of being fiscally responsible. And the main problem with the Libertarians has always been they never had any money. They never had any real power. And consequently, a lot of wackos would join the party and nobody serious, very few serious people would get involved. Now, he could take that and make it something. That, to me, makes more sense than starting a new party. The Libertarians at least had a few victories here and there. Starting a new party, you need to elect, some mayors and state council people or state senators and state representatives, and then build the party up that way first. It's not going to happen. He's going to get bored of this. I give it another month, and then he'll get frustrated and say, I'm just going to build rockets. That's my prediction. Maverick. James Gunn said, I think I might be upset about something a 12-year-old India is saying before adding that he reminds himself to let it go. I wish he would let most of the internet go. Maverick. Is James Gunn racist? I don't think so. I think he just talks too much on the internet. JEC. Elon wasn't born in America. He can't run for president. I know. He can run for anything else, though. JC, why not both? Elon has lost it since China. Why not both? A manic bipolar psyop. Possible. Maverick, Elon has lost it since China cooked Teslas with BYD. Elon Musk was in Iron Man 2? Yeah, he made a cameo. Ardent, my biggest issue with the libertarians is the NAP, that stands for the non-aggression principle. The libertarians argue over this, but basically the non-aggression principle is you don't do aggression against people unless they do it against you. The idea is a voluntary society where people choose their own path with certain limits. Maverick. Scarlett Johansson says she was offered a lot of roles revolving around desirability and the male gaze as a young actress. That is less frequent. Yeah, because she was hot. Scarlett Johansson becomes highest grossing lead actor ever after Jurassic Park Rebirth opens. With $318 million, Scarlett Johansson just passed her fellow Marvel Cinematic Universe co-stars Samuel L. Jackson. I'm not surprised. Maverick. And Robert Downey Jr. as the highest grossing lead actor ever 18 minutes ago. Samuel L. Jackson is second, highest grossing ever, but I think Hanks or Tom Cruise are highest if you only count movie leads. Probably. So yeah, when you throw that kind of money at someone, she's going to continue. She's going to continue unless the movie loses money. But Jurassic World's not losing money, as near as I could tell. It's going to cruise to some amount of profit, which is enough today. But yeah, the reboot, no bueno in general. After The Last of Us ratings collapsed in season 2, Neil Druckmann announces exit from show. Yeah, he's leaving the show. Yeah, he's on to other projects. Yeah, adios, losers. No, I think they fired his sorry butt after what happened, and everybody told him this would happen. Everybody hated the second video game ending because they liked Joel, and then, here he is. They did the same thing with a TV show. The Stains Massive? Or Thesta in S Massive? I don't know. I'm just going to call you Massive. You look like KFC Colonel Sanders. Hi, The Stains Massive. Which is best fried chicken in the USA? Chick-fil-A. Hands down. JEC. It wasn't the ending. It was the first 10 minutes. Right, but wasn't Joel in it? Wasn't Joel in the video game? You're telling me he was killed in the first 10 minutes of the game and then there was nothing? No wonder people were pissed. Massive says Popeyes. I hate Popeyes. Gotta tell you, I hate Popeyes. Now, I had a bad experience with Popeyes, so this taints my review. But the one time I went to Popeyes was in New York City, and they had mold on the biscuits, and I just threw the entire meal away and walked out in disgust. JC, yeah, you should go to Halloween dressed as the Colonel. I could wear a nice suit. I went as Uncle Sam to a party once. Maverick, Stains Massive equals Sacha Baron Cohen, Ali G. Borat. Sacha Baron Cohen is in my chat? Oh, I'm a big fan. JEC, yes, Joel was in it, and they killed him in the first mission. Oh my God, I'd have been so pissed. I thought he was at least in part of the game before they killed him. Maverick, Stains is in the UK near Heathrow. Got a lot of stuff going on in your name, Stains Massive. Jesus. No wonder people are pissed. Well, I mean, you could see this result coming a mile away then. I guess the show really followed the video game right down a rabbit hole. And there's Ozzy on his final show, allegedly. Zebek's Demise is here. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Zebek. Oh, excuse me. Dakota Johnson gets Karlovy Vary Award and Love Calls Celine song, probably the best filmmaker of our time. Okay. Not sure I would listen to you, Dakota Johnson. Lena Dunham, remember her? Acknowledges how lack of diversity on girls was really disappointing to people. Now, what was disappointing to people, I think, was girls. Wasn't a lot of pillow fights between hot women. I think that was the disappointing thing. What else? Dakota Johnson in 2 headlines today. Crazy. Not a whole lot here in Hollywood Reporter that we haven't talked about. Ardent, it's timing and callbacks. Yes. All right, moving on to Bounding in the Comics. Maverick, best Michael Douglas movie? I don't know. Not a huge fan of Michael Douglas. The first Romancing the Stone's okay, but just a stupid movie. What's the Wall Street one? That's kind of cool, I guess. Greed is good. I don't know. Let's go to the IMDb. Michael Douglas. I did like him as Henry Pym in the MCU. I did like him as that, but... Oh, I know. Falling Down. I like Falling Down. That's the one I like. Let's go through it. Wow, CBS Playhouse, 1969. I watched PewDiePie play... this is JC. I watched PewDiePie play through The Last of Us 2. It's obvious the makers of the game had contempt for their audience and would rather be making movies instead of games. Maverick. Michael Douglas just retired. JC. At Maverick. Spartacus while he was still in his dad's balls. Maverick. Douglas's dad was Spartacus, right? Storebang. Falling Down. Come on. I know. I should have immediately said that. Maverick. JC. LOL. Maverick. Best Catherine Zeta-Jones movie. Zorro? I don't know. I got to look at her list. Definitely. Let's see. Bunch of TV stuff here. Oh, The China Syndrome. That's a pretty good movie. The Streets of San Francisco, I used to watch that. That was a TV show. That was pretty good back in the day. There's Romancing the Stone. The Jewel of the Nile was the sequel. Fatal Attraction, he's not bad in that. Wall Street. Black Rain, that's pretty good. War of the Roses, I did not like. Basic Instinct, there's Falling Down. Yeah, Falling Down. Wonder Boys, not really his movie. Traffic, he's in Will and Grace? Okay. The In-Laws remake. I'm just skimming. I'm not doing every single one. Haywire. That sounds vaguely familiar. There's Ant-Man. He's good as Hank Pym. I like him as Hank Pym. Avengers Endgame. Green Eggs and Ham. Yeah, so he's just about done. Catherine Zeta-Jones. Okay, we'll take a quick other diversion. Catherine Zeta-Jones makes a pretty good Morticia, I'll say that. I kind of like her in the role, even though I don't like the Wednesday show. Christopher Columbus, The Discovery, you don't remember that. Catherine the Great, don't remember that. Titanic, didn't say it. Nah. The Phantom, ooh, she was in The Phantom. I like The Phantom. She was in Traffic. High Fidelity, that's not a bad movie. She's okay in it. Kind of a hot chick. Hot older chick. Legend of Zorro. No Reservations. Yeah, it might be the Zorro thing, I guess. I don't know. She's really good in the Wednesday show as Morticia. But Ardent, the first Zorro, Entrapment probably. Storbang, the Sean Connery one, Entrapment. Is that the one where she does the laser thing? That's pretty good. And there it has Sean Connery in it. Ardent, Black Rain was great. Maverick, Michael Douglas directed One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson? He did? No, he didn't. No way he did. That must be a different Michael Douglas. No, it was directed by Milos Forman. Ardent, The Phantom Gods, that was poorly received movie. Poor Billy Zane. I liked it. He was great in it. Billy Zane really got robbed. JC, shout out to Billy Zane's hairpiece from The Phantom and Titanic. Ardent, Red 2, she was good as an aging sex bot. Maverick, oh my god, Michael Douglas did sing with Billy Ocean, but not in a way one might think. In the music video for Billy Ocean's song, When the Going Gets Tough, the Tough Get Going, Michael Douglas, along with his Jewel of the Nile co-stars Kathleen Turner and Danny DeVito, lip-synced the backing vocals. Why they weren't the actual vocalist in the studio recording, they appeared in the video as if they were, miming the backing vocals, and even Danny DeVito miming the saxophone solo. The video was filmed at Brixton Academy in London. I vaguely remember seeing that video. JC, no he didn't. Yeah, no, it was Milos Forman. Storbang, the laser thing is all I remember about that movie. Ardent, at Storbang, I just remember her butt. JC, same guy who did The Man on the Moon. Yeah, Milos Forman's pretty good director. All right. Got to get back on track here. Where were we? Bounding in the comics. Michael Douglas was indeed a producer on One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Oh, well. Producer, that's different. Let's see. I'm not seeing it here. I might have to go for Wikipedia. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Produced by, Michael Douglas. He was a producer, which won the Academy Award in 1975. He co-produced the film with Saul Zaentz. Interestingly, the film rights were initially held by Kirk Douglas, Michael's father, who had starred in the stage adaptation of the novel. Michael Douglas acquired the rights from his father and partnered with Zaentz to bring the film to the big screen. Oh, interesting tidbit, Maverick. Interesting tidbit. All right, before I float away, once again, I must take a bathroom break. Joan, entertain people. Oh, so cold. I got me some peach seltzer. All right. Where was I? JC, Milos directed a movie, Goya's Ghost, about the painter. Is actually pretty good. Check that one out. Milos also did The People versus Larry Flint. I remember that movie. Ardent, time for Joan Racism Hour. Ardent, oh my God, Joan, you can't call them that anymore. JC, come on, Joan, we all support the ICE deportations here, but that just is taking it too far. Ardent, that's a very sophisticated take on the 1930s European geopolitical sphere, Joan. Joan, Ardent, one-way trebuchet, you say. I like the cut of your jib, doggy. JEC, wow, Joan. Come on, some of them I'm sure are good people. Ardent, no, Joan. A real dishwasher is an appliance, not something you can call your spouse. Wow, getting sexist too. That's a new one, Joan. That's a new low, doggy. She's just back there looking at me like, what? What did I do? Anywho, what do we got here? Blumhouse founder Jason Blum says the biggest mistake with Mithrigan 2 was... Oh, wait, before I click, let's place your bets. Making it? How about Mithrigan 1? Was treating the character like Superman in the failed sequel. Yeah, that would be a huge mistake. Ardent, we'll have to hear Joan's opinions about AI next time. Oh man, I got sunburn, and this drink feels so cool on my burned skin. Ooh, this is peach seltzer, by the way, from Waterloo. Get yourself some of this Waterloo; it's delicious. I'm not taking money from Waterloo, but I would gladly take money from Waterloo or anyone. Maverick, I want a reboot of Small Soldiers. I heard that was good. I remember that coming out. I don't think I saw it. I think I saw some clips. I mean, it could be fun. I'm just sick of reboots. And this movie, yeah, I never thought it was that great. I mean, it was a hit for them. Maverick, Tommy Lee Jones. He's good. Isn't he retired too? I think he's so old now. He's too old to act, if I remember correctly. Clint Miller. Waterloo. Like as the Battle of Waterloo. Here, let me get a product placement. That's good drinking. See, I'm TV ready, Waterloo people. JC, Joe Dante did Small Soldiers, I think. All right, let's go to the IMDb. Small Soldiers, 1998. Joe Dante is the director. Gavin Scott, Adam Rifkin, and Ted Elliott were the writers. Kirsten Dunst, Gregory Smith, and David Cross was in this? That's pretty funny. Jay Moore, when he had a career. Dennis Leary, when he was big, I'm guessing. Kevin Dunn, he's pretty funny. Wendy Shaw. Is she related to the other Shaw? What the hell is her name? I can't think of her name. Wendy Shaw. Daughter of Lois, Richard Shaw. Oh, God. The other woman that's with the same last name. I guess it's just a coincidence. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just a same name. Maverick. My fave Tommy Lee Jones movie is U.S. Marshals with Wesley Snipes. Fugitive was good, but U.S. Marshals is better. U.S. Marshals with RDJ, Robert Downey Jr., and Samuel L. Jackson's wife. Storbang. Christie. Oh, Robert Picardo is in Small Soldiers. You know, the hologram doctor from Star Trek. Phil Hartman was in it. Oh, maybe that's why they're not remaking it or rebooting. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I don't see Tommy Lee Jones in this. He's nowhere near this movie. Tommy Lee Jones was not in Small Soldiers. Is he uncredited or something? Oh, wait, there he is. He was in it. There he is. Franklin Jella's in it. Ernest Borgnine. Jim Brown. Bruce Dern. George Kennedy. Oh, my God. Everybody's in this thing. Christopher Guest. Michael McKean. Harry Shearer. Sarah Michelle Gellar. Christina Ricci. Holy cow, what a cast. Well, I have to see this thing. That's quite a cast. That is quite a cast list. And no, I haven't seen Small Soldiers. I mean, I remember it coming out. I saw a clip. It looked okay. What was the premise? There were like chips in the toys and they came to life or something? Maverick. Picardo from Inner Space. JC. Tommy Lee Jones played Howard Hughes in a TV movie. I liked it better. The Leo Howard Hughes biopic. Ardent. Picardo was in Inner Space? Man, going off on a tangent, but okay. That's fine. I don't think he could have been. That movie's pretty old, but let's see. Richard Picardo. We're doing like 4 degrees of every damn celebrity we're talking about today. All right. Going back in time to Richard Picardo's career. He's in a lot of stuff. Holy crap, he's in stuff. All right, we're going way back now. Okay, here we go. We're back in 1976. He was in an episode of Taxi and Kojak. Wow, he's old. He's old if he's in those. The Howling? He was in The Howling? I remember that. I'm going to skip over most of it. Silver Spoons, I know that show. Archie Bunker's Place, I watched that show. Star 80, that was pretty famous. That was probably a bit part. Alice, the TV show, I used to watch that. Michael Nesmith in television parts. I loved Michael Nesmith. I thought he was great. I think I saw that TV series too. Legend. The Golden Girls, he was in that. Benson, I remember that. I watched that. I didn't really watch The Golden Girls. It didn't appeal to me. Hardcastle and McCormick, I remember that. I didn't watch it. Amazing Stories, I remember that. I didn't really watch it. Scarecrow and Mrs. King, didn't watch that, but I remember it. Back to School. He was in Back to School. I love Back to School. I lost my place. Tommy Lee Jones was the voice of one of the small soldiers. Maverick, Picardo from Stargate Atlantis. At Ardent, yes, the cowboy. JC, Small Soldiers was Child's Play with G.I. Joe. Ardent, LOL, no tangent necessary. I was just surprised. Wow, he was acting before I was born. Archie Bunker's Place was a spinoff of All the Family. Yeah, it was after Edith died. And he bought like a bar and retired. It was sad, Archie Bunker, is what it was. But Back to School, love Back to School. Classic. 21 Jump Street, a show I did not watch, but he was in it. There it is, Inner Space. He was the cowboy. I do not remember him in Inner Space, but that was a long time ago. That was 87. He was in the Bates Motel. Amazon Women on the Moon. That was pretty funny. Saint Elsewhere. That was a big show. 976 Evil. I remember that movie. I didn't see it. The Burbs. I remember that, but didn't see it. Newhart, the TV series. I love that show. Don't remember him in that. Ardent. Amazon Women on the Moon. Total Recall. The first one. The good one. He was Johnny Cab, the voice of Johnny Cab, the robot Cab. I remember that. I don't you wouldn't have seen him. He was in Gremlins 2, the new batch. Man, he was in everything. He was in L.A. Story. I remember seeing that and being extremely disappointed in it because it was Steve Martin kind of trying to be serious. Although there's a hilarious opening scene where Steve Martin is trying to get somewhere on the highway, but I guess it turns to summer, and that's when the road rage goes up in LA or something, and then it's a scramble for him to get his gun loaded in time because he has to use his gun while he's driving on the highway or something. It's a funny scene, but the rest of the movie is like, bleh. The Wonder Years. He was the coach. Huh. I never really watched that show either. Maverick. They've ruined The Running Man. Oh, you keep jumping ahead. It's now more closely based on the book, kinda. Yeah, that's what I heard. And they're even doing the plane scene. Oh, excuse me. But I don't think they're doing the plane ending, because that sounds like a downer of an ending. But we'll see. At Maverick from Ardent, it looks like they're trying to get closer to the original book. Well, it was really just a short story, wasn't it? So far, I'm willing to give it a chance if they don't Hollywood the ending. No spoilers. Maverick, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, the thing is, and I was saying this to my girlfriend the other night, because she hadn't seen the original Running Man. I said, oh, you got to see it, because it's hilarious. And the reason it's so hilarious, first off, it's an Arnold movie. Back in the day when Arnold was the absolute king in movies. Me and my friends used to go see Arnold movies all the time, and we just laugh at him because they were all the same, and he couldn't act, and we just went to go see him shoot dudes, and it was hilarious. But the fun part about Running Man, and the fun part about any Arnold movie was, of course, they set him up, And he promises to kill everybody, and they all say, you're not gonna kill anybody, you loser, get out of here. And then of course he comes back and just kills everybody. But the game show host in the original movie is Richard Dawson, who hosted Family Feud, who wasn't a bad actor, by the way. He was actually pretty good because he had a streak of like evil in him, because he was kind of, I heard he was kind of a bit messed up. But man, that movie's freaking hilarious, and when he kills Richard Dawson, it's great. But they basically just turned it into a standard Arnold movie rather than do the ending of the movie, which, they just threw away. So if you don't know the ending of the movie, I won't spoil it for you, but you can look it up. Yeah, I mean, if it's broke, don't fix it, but I get what you're saying. Richard Picardo, also in China Beach, L.A. Law. I mean, these were all pretty big TV shows when TV still worked. The Witches of Eastwick, which was a TV movie. Dinosaurs. Batman, the animated series. Oh, he was Eddie? Who's Eddie? I don't remember him. The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., which was unfortunately not the hit it could have been. It wasn't quite a comedy. It wasn't quite an action thing. It was kind of something in between that I never quite, even though I love Bruce Campbell, I never could quite get into it. Home Improvement, Tales from the Crypt. He was just in everything. And of course, he eventually was on Star Trek Voyager. Oh, he was in Star Trek First Contact. Is that when he first appeared? Wasn't he on Voyager before that? Maybe I passed it. The Blues Brothers animated series. God, I don't remember that at all. There it is. Star Trek Voyager. Oh, that's a video game. So, he must be up there to be this old, to be in this many things. Jesus, it's just endless. He gets a lot of work. He's hustling. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with this credit list. Jesus criminies, man. Oh, there he is with hair. There he is with hair back in the day. Wow. Wow. How old is he? 1953. That makes him 47 plus 25, 72. He looks pretty good for 72. I got to give it to him. Maverick. None of Stephen King books make good movies directly. You need to adapt them differently for the movies. The book, The Lawnmower Man, would have made a bad movie, but when they adapt it differently, it's much better, I think. Yeah, I guess. I mean, his best, of course, is The Shining with Stanley Kubrick, and he cut out the hedge maze animals, which I think was a good move, because I think that was a little too much. The great thing about Kubrick's Shining is, a lot of it could just be all in his head, And the hedge maze animals would have been a bit much. JEC, I loved Briscoe County Jr. when I was a little kid. Ardent, there was a John D. Lancey TV series that kind of went the same way as Briscoe County Jr. It was poorly received and just a little too weird, I think. Acting almost 50 years. Zebek's Demise. Now I have to look up the Blues Brothers animated shows. It got one of the lowest ratings of all the stuff he did. Ardent, he's 71. He'll be 72 later this year. JC, Lawnmower Man was a bad movie, LOL. Maverick, LOL, true. I really like Maximum Overdrive, but I like it because it's bad. It's just a stupid movie. I like Christine. That's pretty good. Pet Cemetery's okay. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying about adapting the books. I mean, a lot of times books aren't made they're not written in such a way that they just fit right into a movie. Although I will say King's writing is pretty straightforward, and I think a lot of it adapts very well, but Maverick, cheesy guilty pleasure. JC, Dream Catcher, I think you meant Catcher, was one of the worst pieces of S I've ever seen. I don't remember that one. Dreamcatcher. Maverick, the new Rise of the Planet of the Apes copied the Lawnmower Man storyline. Yeah, I was never a big fan of any of the Planet of the Apes except the first original one. That one's brilliant. I saw it at a time where I did not know anything about it, so I was completely surprised by the ending. I was blown away. Loved it. After that, everything else has been a nonstop parade of movie disappointment for me. And I wish they'd just stop making the ape movies, really. But that's a perfect example of a movie. I mean, they franchised it back in the day. Like, that was one of the biggest franchises ever. That was, let's see, when was the original Planet of the Apes? Planet of the Apes. Yeah, that was 1968. And they made how many sequels? Originally, they made, let's see, Beneath the Planet of the Apes, 1970. And then the Planet of the Apes TV series. What else did they make? Planet of the Apes, Planet of the Apes, Planet of the Apes. They don't have them here because I guess they had different names. I guess it was Rise. Because they made the first one, and then they made the second one. These are the original Planet of the Apes movies. Charlton Heston agreed to be in it only if they destroyed the Planet of the Apes at the end of the movie. Because he didn't like making sequels, but I guess they drove the money truck to his house. And he's really not in the movie that long. And so at the end of the second movie, they have these guys who worship the atomic bomb, and they get one, they set it off and kill everybody. And that's the end of the second movie. So that's why they end up going back in time. So then somehow the apes get a spaceship, go back in time to America, and it's like the 20th century, and then the end of that movie is the son of the two ape astronauts survives, but they get the two apes who could talk get killed, I think, and he ends up in a zoo, but that's Caesar, and then he starts the whole Planet of the Apes. And then I guess the one after, I think there's four. I think there's 4 or 5, but then the one after that is like how the apes take over. Oh, thank you. You guys are helping me out. Let me read these. Maverick, the new Rise of the Planet of the Apes copied the Lawnmower Man storyline. GAC, Shining, Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, that's pretty good. Stand By Me, I always forget that's a Stephen King movie. Stand By Me, Carrie are the best King movies. Zevek's Demise, I haven't seen Maximum Overdrive since it was new. I forgot about that one. I think I saw it because I liked AC/DC as a kid. JC, the original Ape sequels with the apes on Earth are kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, they're very cheesy. Maverick, Mark Wahlberg version is underrated. I think that's the worst of all of them. But Zebek's Demise, Abyss of the Planet of the Apes, Return to the that's Zebek's Demise. Clint Miller, Return to the Planet of the Apes. Maverick, Doctor Doom, just died. Julian McMahon, actor known for Nip Tuck, Fantastic Four, dies at 56. Yeah, I talked about that in Hollywoke Hot Take. Very sad. He had cancer. Yeah, so Return and The Abyss. So I guess there was 4. I got to go to Wikipedia for that. Planet of the Apes movies in order. Here we go. Here we go. Planet of the Apes, Beneath the Planet of the Apes, Escape from the Planet of the Apes, Conquest of the Planet of the Apes, Battle for the Planet of the Apes. So those are the original ones. The new ones are Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the, Planet of the Apes. Blah. Rise of the Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, War on the Planet of the Apes, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. The ironic thing here, in the new ones, the first one's terrible and the rest of them are pretty good. But the original ones, the first one's amazing and the other ones are like, meh. But yeah, here you go. So these 5. One year, me and my friends watched every single one of these on New Year's. And we started very late. And at midnight, during the first movie, Charlton Heston, exactly at midnight, went, "You blew it up." It was great. Timed perfectly. And then we were up all night watching Planet of the Apes. Terrible, terrible movies. But, yeah, so this was the first major, franchise. And they had toys and they had a TV show. Like, you just can't, just beat this. I mean, back in the day, this is before Star Wars. This is before Star Wars. They had toys and everything. It was multi-million-dollar thing. I remember my friend had a Planet of the Apes set in the Planet of the Apes. They had a ride in Wildwood, New Jersey. It was originally a Star Trek ride, but then they rebranded it for a Planet of the Apes ride. And so you'd get into this giant flying saucer-looking thing, which on the outside, it would spin crazily fast. It was actually a space-age house. This is true. They built it in the 50s. They built a bunch of them in the 50s, and they all looked like these flying saucers. And they bought it, and they somehow turned it into a ride. But the outside spun. The inside didn't really spin that fast. But it looked amazing when you were standing in line. You were like, oh, man, this is going to be wild. We're going to spin the F around. And then you get in there, and it really doesn't move that fast at all. But the idea is you're riding in a spaceship, and you crash land on the Planet of the Apes. So what happens is you're sitting there in like a theater, and there's a bit of a show as a spaceship. And then the ride crashes, pretends to crash, and the lights go out. And when the pilot comes back, he's wearing an ape outfit. And he's like, humans, you have to come with us. And then you get ushered out of the room like you're captured humans. And then there was like a maze you'd walk through, and guys in ape masks would jump out and scare you. And one of them, I was a kid, and one of them scared my aunt so bad. She was literally traumatized from it because he just caught her at a moment, and he almost, I could see the actor was like on the verge of apologizing to her. That's how badly he scared her. And but we got out of there. We thought that was the most awesome ride ever. Yeah, Zebek's Demise, The Abyss of the Planet of the Apes, not on this list. I think you mean the Conquest. And Return is Maverick. Michael Madsen from Species just died. From Species? How about from Reservoir Dogs? But yeah, he just died too. It's a shame. I hope they buried him with a pack of cigarettes. Natasha Henstridge used to be hot. That is true. I don't know what she look like now. Let's. I don't think she looks bad now. Yeah, she looks good. Let's see. Let me do 2025. Yeah, she looks pretty good. She looks all right. Yeah, she's keeping in shape. I think these are current pictures. That's from Cloverfield. That's a few years ago. And generally speaking, it's not too shabby. Ardent, yeah, Julian McMahon, Michael Madsen. I think there was another, but I forgot who it was. Gary posted about. There was a lot this week. There was another couple of guys who were like industry pros and other fields that you probably wouldn't know off the top of your head unless you kind of were in that world. Yeah, it seemed like a lot of people died this week. There was some rapper who self-deleted. There was a lot of death this week. JC, the Tim Burton remake was almost for the most forgettable ape movie. 100% agree with you. That movie is awful, in my view. The only thing good about that movie was the costuming. The costume is pretty great. The apes did look good, but Mark Wahlberg is completely miscast. I mean, Mark Wahlberg, oh, here I am, Planet of the Apes. How's your mother? I mean, dumb. Zebek's Demise, Journey to the Center of the Planet of the Apes. That would be funny. It's just the same. It's just Journey to the Center of the Earth, just with ape actors, or just with guys in ape costumes around the Planet of the Apes in 80 days. It's just the same thing. Victorian apes. That sounds awesome. And you never mention any of it. Like you just do it exactly as the story goes, just with apes, just with guys in ape costumes. I think it would be a hit. Ardent, Kenneth Colley, Admiral Priet. Yep, that he was the Star Wars guy who died. JC, I think the second ape movie is the worst. I don't know. I don't mind it. I mean, it's not great. I mean, they're all bad, the sequels, but in my view, but I like the guys who worship the nuclear weapons. Maverick, thoughts on the UFC fight at the White House? Sorry, changing subject again. I'm fine with it. I think it'll be hilarious. I think it's 100% happening, by the way. Did Hamas evolve from apes? Or did humans evolve? I'm sorry. Did humans evolve from apes? I don't have to apologize to terrorists, Sally. I'll take that back. Did humans evolve from apes, or were we created by God? Man, you're asking the tough questions. Both. There we go. JC, Cloverfield was like 15 years ago. Maverick, LOL, new YouTuber show, says Zebek's Demise. Yeah, 15 years ago. Well, I put in Natasha Henstridge's 2025. So I think one of these has to be relatively current. No, that's not. Oh, I hope that's not her. Oh, that would be terrible. Let's see. See if I can find one that's definitively. Now, there she is at a horror con in 2024, but that's an old picture of her, 100%. To get people to show up. Here's a Getty Images. That might be her from the 2024, 2020s. Oh, wait a minute. That looks like Courtney Love. So, I don't know. Ardent, ham ass has yet to evolve. Ardent, humans share an ancestor with apes, same as dogs and bears. Maverick, dogs were bred by humans. Do you mean wild dogs? Ardent, Natasha Henstridge is from Newfoundland, same as Gene Simmons' wife, Shannon Tate? Sharon Tate? Wait a minute. Gene Simmons isn't married to Sharon Tate. Sharon Tate died. She was one of the victims of Charlie Manson. Yeah, one of these has got to be relatively... Oh, this is her back in the day. She was pretty stacked. All right. Let me try doing this and going to all and then finding an article. There we go. All right, this is from 1 month ago. She's in... There she is. No, this is... She's in a new movie called House of Abraham. Right. I think that's her. I think this is a relatively current picture of her. So she looks good in that one. That, I think that's an old one. This has to be current. Okay. That's current. That one's kind of far away. I guess this is her on the red carpet for House of Abraham. Yeah, she's still looking hot. She's got legs for days. Yeah, I think she looks pretty good. All right. Getting back into the evolution discussion. Maverick, did you watch the TV show Lost? Did you like it? Here's what happened. I have a story about Lost. So my friend was watching Lost. And he's one of my movie snob friends, I call him. So like me, he's way too into movies, and he talks about movies all the time, and TV or whatever. And he tells me he's watching Lost. Now this is late in the run. I guess he watched... He had watched, I don't know, he got in late, relatively late in the run, and then he went back and he watched them all. And he starts telling me how great the show is. And I go, that show is never going to pay off. He goes, no, you're wrong. It's really good. You ought to watch it. I go, oh, no, I don't want to watch it. And we went back and forth, because back in the day we used to get together for coffee and talk about various things. But like, he was on it. He was like, no, I am insisting this is a good show. I'm insisting it's good. So... we went back and forth for like about a year over this. Not like continuously, but like off and on. It would come up. So then at the beginning of the last season of the show, he says, come over to my house and watch the show with me. And I'll show you how good it is. And I'm like, I said, you're going to have me watch the last season of this thing? He goes, it's that good. You'll love it and whatever. So I go over and we watched... Over the coming weeks, we watched the last season of Lost. And each episode, in my opinion, was worse than the next. And then as we're watching it, I'm like pointing out things to my friend. And eventually we got to the end of that thing. He was like, you were right. This show sucks. I'm so mad. I spent my time watching it. I said, see? This is a terrible show. Lost is terrible, in my opinion. I lost my place again. Dogs, wild dogs. Ardent. No, dogs, wolves, shared ancestors with bears. Ardent. Oh, who the hell am I thinking of? Clint Miller, Sharon Tweed. Ardent. Tweed. Oh, Sharon Tweed. I'm not sure who that is. Let me look her up. Sharon Tweed. Sharon Tweed. Sharon Tweed. That's Sharon Tweed. Oh, wife of Gene Simmons. Okay. Oh, she was a Playboy bunny? She must be. She's standing next to Hugh Hefner back in the day. Here she is, tolerating Gene Simmons. Oh, man. Check out that see-through outfit she's wearing. And she's kind of hot. Even at this late date. I mean, he's a rock star. He deserves a Playboy playmate to marry and get divorced from and lose half his money. Are they still married? I don't know. Probably still married. Um, Ardent, yeah, I think they were at the mansion. Yeah, that's where he met her. Yeah, oh, they met at the mansion. Oh, okay. All right. Where was I? Did I get to Deadline yet? Oh, we talked about that. Yeah, no, we were at Deadline. There's Julian McMahon dying. Just about to get that. You guys are way ahead of me. More on Charlize Theron. On studios' risk aversion towards action films with female leads, guys will get a free ride. No, guys are better in an action film. 9 times out of 10. I love Ana de Armas. She's hot, but the action in Ballerina and the clips I saw look no bueno to me. They don't look bad. Like, they're almost passable. It's nothing compared to guys. Nothing. You can't even hold a candle to Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves' training video was amazing. I was watching that going, oh man, he looks like he could do this. Come on. Look, Charlize Theron, I hear, is amazing in Atomic Blonde. But, she's also hot in it. Wearing skimpy outfits. This is what we want to see in a damn movie. Okay? We just want to see boobies. Please bring back boobies. Stop complaining. It's very unattractive. Guys will get a free ride. Oh, you poor baby. You poor multi-millionaire who travels the world and does whatever she wants. Oh, boo-hoo. Banging a 26-year-old. Let's see how much she's worth, everybody. See how much she has to complain about. Place your bets. I'm going to say 100 million. $200 million. $200 million. If I was worth $200 million, I don't know how I could complain. I don't know what I could possibly complain about. My caviar being a little lukewarm? My butler not being quite on point? Like, what do you complain about if you're worth $200 million? $200 million. It's not like you were born with that money. You can't buy your way back to being hot, Charlize. And once you've told the story about banging a 26-year-old, kind of puts a tarnish on your rep. Kind of makes you sound crazy. I think she's just going to sound crazier and crazier. You're worth $200 million. You want to make females the lead in an action film? Why don't you finance them? Go ahead and finance the movie. See how that works out for you. Oh, right. Everybody in Hollywood says, don't finance your own movies. That's good advice. Because you could lose all your money. And you don't have $1 billion. You only have $200 million. You finance 3 or 4 movies, you'll be broke. Possibly. Maybe you have to finance a hit, but you might be broke. You might be broke. Sorry, I thought I saw a spider or something. No, that's just a piece of dust or something. Please stop complaining. Woman who's worth $200 million, allegedly. Celebrity net worth probably isn't that accurate. But at least 100, I got to say at least $100 million, at least 50. Can't be that off. Can't be that off. This woman could buy an island. An island. Probably could buy an island nation with that kind of money. You could buy whole businesses. You could go into a restaurant worth $200 million. You could go into a restaurant, have a bad meal, and decide, you know what? I'm going to buy this restaurant and fire everybody in it. That's what you could do with $200 million. Wouldn't miss a step. Wouldn't miss a step. How much is this restaurant? $3 million? Here you go. Everybody's fired. Ardent, I'd marry her, I guess. Take one for the team and all. Sure. She'd never marry you, though. And I don't mean that in any kind of negative way towards you. I mean that women don't marry guys with less money. They can't. 99% of them, 99%, I would say. It's very hard to overcome that. And with somebody with $200 million, no, you'd be her employee. You wouldn't be her husband. You'd be her employee. Hey, says Ardent. I know. It's just too big of a gap. It's too big of a gap. Like, you could overcome a gap, but you got to be working. Like, if you're two working people, even if your wife makes more, it doesn't matter because you're both working. If you are international movie star and regular dude, no, you'll be her employee. If you're first argument, you're screwed. Honey, I really don't want to go to your mom's this weekend. Oh, I brought you in here. You get to eat my food and live in my mansion. I didn't say anything when I gave you that $100,000 Rolex, did I? Or when you couldn't get it up on the beach that time? Oh, you wouldn't hear the end of it. That's why you need I screwed that joke up. Damn it. I was going to say the Solalis. Why can't I say it now? The Viagra alternative that got brought up earlier before. Damn it, I ruined that joke. But it happens once a stream. I ruin a joke. Ardent, you mean the Rolex I pawned? See, Alice. Yeah, that's the other thing. Imagine you're going out with Charlize Theron. She gives you a Rolex. And then you're like, holy crap. What? Like it's worth more than your house? And then you just say to yourself, I can't have this in this house. Somebody will kill me and take this watch. I got to get rid of this thing. And you just pawn it off like for $50,000. And for a while, you're okay, right? So you pawn it off for like $50K or something. Maybe it's worth $100K. You get like $50K for it. Now you're like, now suddenly you could throw a little money around and Charlene's is like, oh, all right. Yeah, you're contributing. That's all right. And then like the day comes, you got to go to a fancy dinner or something and you don't have the watch anymore. Where's the watch I bought you? Oh, I'm having it cleaned. Ardent, I'd cheat on her with some waitress. Oh, how mad. She'd have you killed. She has like, I can have you killed money. When you have $200 million, yeah, I'm pretty sure you could have people killed and probably just pay it. Pay everybody off and you'll be fine. But she shouldn't complain. She's a South African? I didn't know she was from South Africa. Elon Musk could marry her. That's about the only guy that could afford Charlize. Because he can buy and sell her. He could be the one that says, Charlize, why is the house looking like this? What have you been doing all day? Like, he could do that. I was doing a movie. I'm tired. Charlize, the kids are running around like maniacs. Get yourself together. Ardent, LOL. Everyone's got I can have you killed money. It just depends on how trustworthy your local crackhead is. They are not trustworthy, I would say. But, yeah, I can't stand it when people this rich complain. I can't stand it. It makes me nuts. She should absolutely not complain about anything. About anything. She could literally buy any... No one in Hollywood with this kind of money should be complaining. Now, there are a few people, like we mentioned Julian McMahon earlier. That guy probably wasn't worth anywhere close to $200 million. He was probably just, a character actor like that. He was probably working pretty steady. He probably had decent money. But he wasn't worth no $200 million. He couldn't just walk away from Hollywood. Most likely. So, that's a little different. But Charlize Theron? Jesus. Ardent. LOL, kicked out in the door, yellow. Where's my dinner, B? Arden, it's timing and callbacks. Scarlett Johansson got a long email from Bryce Dallas Howard welcoming her to the Jurassic family. Okay. Bryce Dallas Howard used to look good. I don't know. Didn't she like fatten up for that movie, or was that like that was fake for the movie? I forget. Look at this. Marsha Shira Ali dodges Marvel questions amid Blade delays. Leave me out of it. So not only is he not in an MCU movie now he's just like, stop talking to me about it. How easy, again, would it be to write a Blade movie? I think anyone I've ever met could write a Blade movie. It's that simple. It's the simplest movie to write. It's already all there. It's a vampire who fights other vampires. I mean, you couldn't make it easier. That they haven't put this movie out and another 5 sequels is an absolute disgrace to movie making. This is the one, and that they haven't done a Wesley Blades finale with it, especially after what happened in Deadpool and Wolverine. He came off looking great. That's going to be your send-off for Wesley Snipes? No, you should do one more movie. One more movie with Wesley. It's an absolute disgrace. TikTok planning U.S. version of the app ahead of sale. I mean, I don't know if I'd use it even after that, but good, I guess. I might be less averse to it after the sale. I'd probably still wait a couple of years before, maybe after a new version came out, and a couple of new versions, American versions came out on TikTok. Wasn't quite so invasive into your phone. Ardent, I'd do a Blade movie with Nosferatu type vampire, not the new one. I think you could do Dracula. It'd be a great way to work Dracula into the MCU, and he is in the MCU. Tomb of Dracula was a big comic in Marvel. I'm sure they own the rights to it. You could do Blade, Tomb of Dracula, and make him like the lead vampire villain, and he could have a bunch of agents all around the world. That would be a great franchise. Again, I would give Wesley like the last movie, a big send-off where maybe he fights Dracula, or maybe fights Deacon Frost again, bring him back. One last movie. At the end of the movie, he falls in a giant vat of magical blood or whatever, and then Marsha Shira Ali comes out, and now he's the new Blade, but he's the same Blade. You can keep the stuff from the first movies. People would love it. It's so easy. It infuriates me to talk about it. It just infuriates me that these guys can't pull it together. This is Spinal Tap. This is Spinal Tap re-released to top 1 million as Bleecker Street and Fathom add playdates. Okay. So, yeah. Why did they write it like this? This is Spinal Tap. Isn't it just called This is Spinal Tap? It's weird. Weird they put the quotes differently. Dakota Johnson on books, music, and making movies about love in the modern world. I learned that dating sucks. Well, I have to give it to her. That's true. I'm glad I'm not doing it anymore. Maverick, I hate the new White Men Can't Jump movie or the TV show or whatever it is. Yeah, it didn't look great. The first one's a classic. You didn't have to remake that one. There's more on Superman, more on Jurassic Park. See, this is a breakdown. It was a 5-day opening for $318 million. So next week, I think it does 75 maybe. It's only going to be 3 days. See, here's one of the guys that died this week. Tony winning Take Me Out playwright was 67. Maverick, I had to pop out, so I missed your answer on Lost. Oh. Or Story. My answer on Lost was you missed an entire story. But basically, I hate Lost. It was a show that was an endless tease, and then it couldn't pay off, and then it didn't pay off. They basically just said, okay. I think they ended it with like a dream. It was all like a dream, or they're all dead. Made no sense. It was terrible. Terrible ending. It was just an endless tease of like, is it time travel? Is it supernatural? Is it science? Is it this? Is it that? I hated it. I hate Lost. And you'll note, it doesn't really have a good rewatchability. There's not a lot of people. That was the hottest show for a while. And nobody that I know is going back to rewatch it. Because they know the ending's BS. You know? They know it's BS. I would rewatch Game of Thrones the first 3.5 seasons. Those episodes are amazing. They're just so good. Lost, I wouldn't give you 10 cents for Lost. Maverick, Flight MH370 disappeared in 2014 with 239 people on board while traveling from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. Its disappearance is one of the world's greatest aviation mysteries, which continues to haunt the families and the passengers. Despite extensive searches in the years since it's vanished, no wreckage has been found. I think they did find some wreckage, like little pieces here and there, but it didn't really prove much. Bleeding Fool. Dune, the danger of getting what you want? I mean, that's kind of what the MCU is in DCU. I told comic fans, I tried to warn them. Does Stephen King want a Shawshank Redemption remake? I don't know. It's kind of hard to read him. My feeling is he'd be okay with it if the paycheck had enough zeros on it. But who knows? Maverick, with all the tech we have now, how can a huge plane disappear for a year? How? It can happen. IDW produced a comic adaptation of The Twilight Zone, which leads me to say, I still don't understand how IDW is in business. I just don't. Maverick, what is the Bermuda Triangle? Is it mysterious? Yes, it is. It's also located like near the Caribbean area, south of Florida, down that way. It's really probably just a place where the magnetic poles used to be, and there's weird it screws up navigational instruments and throws people off course and they crash, or that's why they say people disappear. Some good news this week, however. Akira fans celebrate Taika Waititi's exit from the live-action film adaptation of Akira. He kind of wore out his welcome, didn't he? It's a shame. He's really good at comedies, but kind of flew too close to the Hollywood sun, in my view. Kind of completely out of control. And said too many things to piss off his own fans, I think. But I think he's done. I mean, he's not done, but he's no longer the A-lister. They're slowly bringing him down to earth. This was funny. I don't know if you guys saw this. Rob McElhenney, who plays Mac on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, is changing his name to Rob Mac legally. He's nuts. He does stuff like this. When I don't know if you guys watch this show, but there was a season, they call it the season of Fat Mac. he gained like 30 pounds just for the show to be Fat Mac. He wanted the whole cast to do it, but none of them wanted to do it. So he did it. And and that was one of the best seasons of the show, Fat Mac. And then the next season he got super buff, like he's totally thin and muscular now. And then he came out as gay, and then at that point the show was like, what? But you know, it is pretty funny. He's going to legally change his name to his character's name because they call him that anyway, I'm sure. Maverick, Taika Waititi flew over the cuckoo's nest. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Maverick, I think all movie or TV stars change their names. No, not all of them. Not all of them. A lot of them do. I mean, actors change their names. What you want is something that has cadence to it, you know? Something that's quick, that everybody remembers. So, you know, so for instance, I have a friend who was a stand-up comic, and his real name was Danny DeVito. So he had to change it because he didn't want to be confused with Danny DeVito. David, the guy from the Monkees, I can't think of his name now. It's not Davy Jones. Oh, it is Davy Jones. Yeah, he was Davy Jones. David Bowie's name was David Jones. So he changed his name because, you know, I mean, there was some overlap there during their careers. He didn't want to be confused by him. So, and then you kind of own your name, and then you're like, it's kind of like separating your work from your real life. So there's a few Hollywood celebrities. I think Cary Grant had a different name. Wasn't it Archibald Leach? Yeah, it was Archibald Leach. But his stage name was Cary Grant. So you can remember Cary Grant. Archibald Leach is like, it doesn't really zing. Ardent. That's why Ricardo Valenzuela became Richie Valens. Yeah. Maverick. Martin Sheen changed his name professionally from his birth name, Ramon Estevez, to Martin Sheen. Yeah. But his sons, Emilio Estevez, he kept his name, whereas Charlie Sheen took the last name of his famous dad. I don't know what his legal name is, though. Maverick, he adopted the stage name in the late 1950s primarily to ease his path into acting roles in Hollywood due to the perceived prejudices against Hispanic names at the time. While he never legally changed his name, he's publicly expressed regret over his decision, stating he lacked the insight and courage to stand by his birth name, according to Sky News. Meh, who cares? Karen Elaine Johnson, known professionally as Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah. Brianne Citodine de Slaunders, known professionally as Brie Larson. God, that's a terrible name. No wonder she changed it. Ardent. Charlie Sheen's legal name is Carlos Estevez. That's how he was credited in Machete with Danny Trejo. Oh, that's funny. I don't know. Carlos isn't too bad, but he doesn't want to be tight. I guess a guy like Carlos Estevez, you get in your head a guy like Danny Trejo, right? And then he comes in and he's like, "Oh, you're not the guy I wanted for this gang leader role. You're just some regular handsome dude." So yeah, I mean, actors do that. I don't blame him. Maverick. Robert Downey Jr.'s real name is Elias, not Downey. Yeah. Uma Thurman confirms Red, White, and Royal Blue 2 return. Oh my God. Praises its better world with female president. Ew. I don't want to see that. That is the Gay Royals movie. Looked terrible. look like a total chick flick, and super gay on top of that. All right, moving on to Cosmic Book News. Superman Meltdown. Blue Sky critic fights back against a viral leaked review. All right, we'll take a look at this. Here's Daredevil Born Again canceled after season 2, hints Vincent D'Onofrio. Oh, if they don't get their ratings up, what choice do they have? Maverick. Susan Alexander Sigourney Weaver changed her name to Sigourney. Yeah, Susan Weaver sounds too generic, so you can go back and forth. You want something memorable, but you don't want something too generic. You want something with cadence, but you don't want it to just, like, pass you by. And you want something close to your original name, or at least partly kind of your name, so you know to answer to it. That's a thing. So here's the Superman Meltdown. Blue Sky critic fights back against viral leaked review. Now, the leaked review was terrible. Said it was the end of superhero movies. This guy apparently leaked. This could all be fake, by the way. He said, I'm going to get in trouble for this, but that leaked review, good God, I couldn't disagree more. Seems I'm already in enough trouble, but whatever this mystery movie is, it's the happiest I've walked out of a movie since Top Gun Maverick. Again, I will never reveal the movie I'm talking about. Obviously, he's talking about Superman. Is this real, though? Was the leak real? Both of them could be fake. This could all be a wind-up to get people interested in the movie. I don't know. So, you got to pick a critic that you trust and go with your gut and what they like and kind of gauge it from there. I want to like the Superman movie. So if I come out with a review, you know, the way to gauge it for me, if I come out with a glowing review, then, you know, it's probably pretty decent. But, you know, sometimes you build things up and then you go and your expectations are dashed. If I come out with it's all right, then you probably think, it's probably not that great because I did want to like the movie. So I'm probably being kind to it. And if I hate the movie, it's obviously a total stinker because I really wanted to like it, obviously. But so you kind of got to gauge that way. You know, I like to watch. I mean, I think Critical Drinker of late has been very generous to some movies that I wouldn't give that much leeway to. Neurotic is really good with the comic book movies. So those are two of my go-to guys. Sometimes I'll look at a random critic on YouTube or X, but you know, if I'm halfway on a movie like Superman's going to come on Max eventually. It's a WD movie. I have that for free. I'll just wait to review it then and watch it. But I am kind of psyched for it. I would like it to be good. If I hear some good reviews, I'll probably go see it. But I wouldn't trust Robert Downey Jr. He was touting Ironheart. And it's called The Worst Thing Ever Made by the people inside Marvel. That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad when the people inside your own company are saying, oh yeah, it's the worst thing we ever made. I think they're in a contest to make things terrible over at Disney. And I'm really worried Doomsday will be effing terrible. Not just terrible, but effing terrible. I'm definitely not psyched to see that one at all. I'm more interested to hear the reviews of it because I don't even know how they can make a movie with 60 characters work. I think it'll just be too many characters, too many things going on, and it'll be a mess. Ardent, tell you what, I'll watch Craven tomorrow morning and do a Monday media review on it and have it posted tomorrow afternoon. Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, I wouldn't waste my time on Craven, but Godspeed, Ardent. Godspeed. Variety says James Gunn's Superman is silly. I don't mind that, necessarily. But, again, I want to like this movie. Ardent, the original Ironheart was a Japanese prawn in 2014. Bendis created the character the next year after adapting a black girl. There's some creepiness in there. Ardent, it's $4. $4 too much for Craven, in my opinion. Ardent, cheapest content. Cheap content. Chainsaw Man, the movie? I don't understand this. I tried to watch the trailer and I just was completely lost. I don't understand Chainsaw Man at all. I think he's a demon of some kind. It looks crazy. The design is badass, I gotta admit, but it's very strange to me. Maverick, the new Superman feels like Hancock Will Smith. Nah, I don't think so. I mean, it just feels like... It doesn't feel like a movie, and that's a problem. It does feel more like an ensemble, kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy. Kind of like Gunn is laying out the DCU world. The problem is, I don't think he could put out enough content to make this really work. So, there's a lot of characters in the DCU. There's a lot of characters in this Superman movie. I would shoot it like I want to shoot the Pineys, right? I have soon to be 18 books of the Pineys. I would shoot them as 90-minute movies. I would shoot 6 a year because that's doable. It's 100% doable. Now, I don't know if I could get Netflix or some crazy producers to back that, but if I could, that's what I would do. But Warner Brothers has the money and the time to do something like that. So I wouldn't launch like Superman over here, and then a cartoon over here, and then another thing over here. I would launch Superman, Batman, Aquaman, like at least 6 movies in a year. At least. Or do Superman and then Batman, and then The Brave and the Bold where they meet. And then start introducing the other characters. Boom, boom, boom. Get to the Justice League in a year. If it works, people will be up for it. If it doesn't work, yeah, it's a lot of money, but it would probably work. These brands have always worked. Superman, people like Superman. I still like Superman, despite the terrible, terrible Superman movies we've had of late in previous years. He's just Batman, same thing. Despite the Zack Snyder Batman, I still like the Batman character. I still kind of want to see some more Batman. If it's good. The Batman, I think it was solid. I would see the Batman 2. I wish they would just incorporate Robert Pattinson into... I think they could easily do 6 Batman movies a year. Easily. Now, maybe you couldn't get Robert Pattinson for all of them, and you'd have to scale that back. All right, maybe get him for two or 3. Maybe get him for 2 full movies, and then, like, you know, he appears in the other movies. Something like that. That would be the way to do it. Crank this S out. Because it's going to be big. Assume it's going to be big. But they're not doing that. That's the way they sort of almost geared up to with the MCU. But eventually the thing started falling apart because they got rid of their talent. Number one, their good talent. And number two, they stopped following the basic formula of the comics. They could have basically followed the comics for years. They could have followed the comics for years. There's literally thousands of stories. All you had to do was skim through and pick the best ones. Ignore the ones nobody cares about. Pick the best ones. Do them in order. Easy peasy. Nah, you had to get fancy with it. Ardent, I wonder if Gunn might do a Justice Society instead of a League. Wasn't there chatter about that? I want to say a cartoon or something. Maverick, Avengers Doomsday is trying to use the cameo Fest trick Deadpool and Doctor Strange 2 and Spider-Man No Way Home used to make to make billions. I don't think it's going to work. I think they have too many. 60 characters. I mean, that's literally a cameo every 2 minutes to make it work. That's 60 characters. How are you even going to have a coherent narrative? Some of those people are just going to literally be in the shot. Maverick, the only MCU movies to make more than 900 million post Endgame were all cameo fests. Spider-Man Far From Home was immediately post Endgame like WandaVision, so got a huge boost from Endgame itself. Have you been to Italy before? No. I went to Rome and Naples. Love Naples, crazy friendly city with a huge volcano, and no one collects the trash. Why don't they throw it in the volcano? Cheap food. Rome was beautiful, old buildings everywhere. Clint Miller, is Humpty Dumpty still there? The old whore that every sailor on a mad cruise... What? The old whore that every sailor on a med cruise at least heard of? I have no idea what you're talking about. Naples. What the hell are you talking about? Is Humpty Dumpty still there? You mean in Naples? There's an old whore that every sailor on a med cruise at least heard of. I have no idea, dude. Maverick, Napoli. That's where I might go to Italy one day. That's where my ancestors are from. My parents went, and some of my other relatives have gone. I have to be honest, it doesn't super interest me because number one, I don't like flying. Number two, I don't like traveling. So, and number three, I don't have any money. So, there you go. Now, if I had millions of dollars, would I go? I really don't want to fly. But you might be able to talk me into a cruise to get to Europe and then get to Italy. Or just a cruise to Italy. But I don't know about getting off the boat because I heard Italy has the same problem as all the other EU countries. They're like overrun with illegal migrants, especially in Italy. But, you know, the tourist destinations are protected, blah, blah, blah. But I don't really want to go to a country. And I often said this to my friends who would do cruises and resorts and stuff. Why do you want to go to a country that's walled off from the actual people when you know the people on the other side of the wall probably don't give an F about you? In fact, they probably kind of hate you. I kind of don't want to go with that vibe. It feels like at any time, you know, the locals might just say, F these people, and kick in the door, and that's the end of you. So, no thanks. Clint Miller, so I heard when I was on an aircraft carrier. Join the Navy and get a free cruise. No thanks. Maverick, would you go on a submarine to see the Titanic with a bunch of billionaires? No. Clint Miller, maybe once? Probably not. Maverick at Clint Miller, Village People? YMCA? Clint Miller, in the Navy, Mav. In the Navy, which is a Village People song. You can help your fellow man in the Navy. Marvel's Ironheart likely canceled, no season 2, hints writer. Thank God. I just watched the neurotic review of that. It is no bueno. No bueno. All right, let's see what's going on at That Park Place. James Gunn confirms Superman is about politics, immigration, and decline of the American kindness. Says screw them to jerks who get offended. Really shouldn't be saying this kind of stuff, James Gunn. Really, 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 really should just lay low at this time and place. But all is forgiven if it's a good movie. All is forgiven if it's a good movie. It's the same attitude I have towards Trump. I am very concerned about the national debt and its skyrocketing cost. But if Trump plans work, who am I to argue? then it worked. Shut the F up, it worked. If it didn't work, I'll be there to say, I told you so. For a fat lot of good it'll do me. I'll be in the bread line. See you there. First Superman review releases early due to Daily Beast era, and it's not good. Now, that's the bad one that other guy was responding to. Really bad review. Like, this is the end of superhero movies, blah, blah, blah. Nickelodeon Hotel announces spots for permanent residents in new Orlando resort. I think that sounds like pure hell. To be trapped in a Nickelodeon hotel. Do they dump slime on your head if you say the words, I don't know? That would be a nightmare. CNN commentator says Disney adults should go to Alligator Alcatraz. Here's my thoughts on that. If you're a person who enjoys Disney stuff, I don't have any problem with you. But if you go to Disney World and make it about you and you're an adult with no children, you are doing it wrong. That park is for children. You should defer and let the families do what they do. Don't make it about you and your adult life. It's a children's park. Disney seems to have all sorts of problems these days between damage on the rides and closing rides and refurbishing and people getting into fights. I've seen fight. I never used to see fights at Disney. That would have been national news back in the 80s. A fight at Disney World? Who would fight at Disney World? Now it's I don't know. It seems very low tier. And it seems like the place to go is Universal. Like Universal has all the new rides, the hot rides. And Disney is tearing up half the park trying to update it, but they're updating it with characters that are 20, 30 years old. Doesn't make any sense to me. And they're destroying their own history. Some of those rides are so old, they're literally historic. They're from the 50s, man. I mean, once you get over 50 years old, you got an antique there. I mean, so this stuff goes back to the 50s, early 60s. I mean, we're talking 60, 70 years old. In another 40 years, these rides will literally be 100 years old, and you're tearing them down to update them now? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Build new rides, sure. I mean, Disney has tons of money and tons of land. Build a ride on top of the old ride. I don't know. I'm sure you could do that. Build a massive infrastructure on top of the riverboat complex, and you know, you have a riverboat on the bottom, have a big giant ride above it. I don't know. Maverick, New York needs more homes to refurbish Alcatraz and make apartments. Oh, you're talking like Escape from New York style? Clint Miller, antique? Like me. Maverick, these rides are dangerous now roller coasters? I don't think so. John Adams is here. Disney isn't making enough IPs to make new rides out of. At best, they could remake the same old rides. Well, see, they're tearing down I forget which one it is. It's I think it's Frontierland or one of those. It's like that. It's like from the 50s or early 60s, and they're replacing it with a giant track for Cars. The movie Cars, which came out in quite a while ago. Yeah, 2006. So you're talking a 20-year-old 20-year-old movie that you're now turning into a park. Now, there have been sequels to Cars. The most recent one was 2017. So you're talking 8 years. So that's fairly current. But I don't think this Cars 3 was all that big. And I don't even think the Cars franchise was really that big. I mean, the first one did okay, I think. I mean, did okay enough to do 2 sequels, but I think you're pushing it. Ardent, Frontierland, yeah. Frontierland is problematic these days. I get it, but it's also a classic. And I'm pretty sure they have tons and tons of land. I guess if you didn't spend $1 billion on that stupid hotel Kathleen Kennedy wanted, you'd have the money to buy it or fix it. John Adams, did Frontierland have the Swiss Family Robinson treehouse? I'm not sure. Like, if you had done this in the early 2000s, I'd still be against it, but I'd be like, well, they're putting in current rides. They're putting in Cars. But it seems like Cars is way in the background now. I mean, one of the rides was going to be Tatiana's Bayou Adventure, which they did build, and that replaced one of them. I guess that was part of Frontierland too. Tatiana or Tiana's Bayou Adventure. That was another character. Oh God, what was it was the New Orleans Disney princess, and that also was like from 15-20 years ago. So Clint Miller, the kids who watch Cars are old enough to drive. Yeah, I mean, they're old enough to take their kids to the park, but is that really going to bring people back? I kind of don't think so. I don't think it was that kind of fan base. Maverick, no, it was the Beverly Hillbillies treehouse. That's not true. Ardent, Jungle Cruise was wiped out for that Tiana thing. Well, Jungle Cruise, they made that Dwayne Johnson movie, and that tanked, I think. And so it was like, oh, we're shutting this thing down. It did make a good movie, I guess. Maverick, has the Star Wars Hotel been shut down? Yeah, that was shut down. Which is weird because you think they could have built a hotel like that and made it work, right? Like, the idea was you'd stay in the hotel and feel like you were in a starship and in Star Trek. But it's so freaking expensive. Like, why didn't you just make it, okay, you make a Star Wars themed hotel, and then you have the staff dressed up as Star Wars characters. That would be kind of cool. That would be enough, right? That'd be enough, and, you know, the decor would be Star Wars, and everything would be named after Star Wars, but it would just be a regular hotel with, like, a theme. But instead, they tried to make it like a ride and an experience. Yeah, that didn't work out. Maverick, Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. Yep. Ardent, wasn't the cost of that Star Wars hotel just insane? Yeah, it was $1 billion. And it shouldn't have been that expensive. Like, I just would have built a hotel and then said, okay, it's a regular hotel, but the staff will wear Star Wars stuff. It'll look like a Star Wars, everything will be Star Wars themed. You know, the soap and the shampoo in your hotel, but it'll be a hotel, right? Like, you wouldn't need to hire actors. You would just have to costume all the, you know, you'd say to all the employees, well, this is a Star Wars hotel. You got to wear your costume, right? Maybe you have a couple of guys in more elaborate costumes, like at the bar or something, or at the restaurant, but like, you want to make it so it's a functional hotel, just like all the other Disney hotels, but they wanted to make it like it was an experience, like you were in a starship or something, which I can understand, but I don't think was practical. Like, one of the things you could have done is given every room like one of those white noise machines, and then like one of them would be like the cool sound of like a starship, you know, like starship sounds, like pew pew pew, or like, you know, the sound of the engine, like you were in a starship, but it would be optional. You could just turn it off and go to bed. Maverick, are they still building the Ronald Reagan Death Star in space? No. No, they are not. It was called Star Wars, the entire process. But we do have Space Force. Ardent Jeebus, Star Wars Galactic Cruiser opening day. Total cost for two people, $5,415.79. That comes out to $2,707.89 for 2 nights. Each of 2 nights. Yep. Alex Watts is here. Yo, where my fellow gays at? I think you're in the wrong chat, dude. But I don't know. I don't know if anybody here is gay. I'm not sure why you decided to say that. We're talking about movies, dude. Maverick, is Disney bungling it? The Ronald Reagan Death Star? Possibly. Ardent, Golden Dome now, Mav. LeMay is here. $20,000 range for a family of 4. Yes. Pretty insane. All right. I got to start to wrap this up. Maverick at Alex Walks in the Navy. Breitbart. John Brennan may face perjury issues. Good. He deserves perjury. He deserves to be in prison. He lied to Congress, in my opinion. Maverick at Alex Walks. YMCA. He's saying all the hits. Ardent LOL. Entertainment. Superman director James Gunn says film is about politics and immigrant came from other places, and we have kindness, we have lost. Blah, blah, blah. We already covered that. Big, beautiful balling. Hollywood celebrities mourn on Independence Day as Trump racks up wins. So this is, oh my God, who's that person in the middle? I have no idea. Oh man, Chris Maloney hates Trump. He's got TDS bad. Lee Daniels, I'm not sure who he is. So he's posting frustrating stuff. Chris Maloney, happy 4th. It's like they didn't listen at all. Bro, same. Ardent, movie pitch, Bikini, Hayek, Sweeney, enough said. Oh, and yeah, Chris Maloney. Oh, and then John Leguizamo. He very much hates Trump. Ardent, it's timing and horrendously overdone callbacks. John Cryer, of course. Have a joyful Independence Day, you all. Do it despite the president and the Republicans who are trying so hard to damage our nations. Okay. No kings in America. We don't have kings. He was elected. Rosie O'Donnell posted an anti-Trump 4th of July. Look how happy she is. Saying, sad day in American history. She says from Ireland. Wasn't it this year, or this celebrity said something about trying to stir up trouble? I don't know what. In America, but like she's over in Ireland. It's just pathetic. Here's Mark Hamill, The Farce of July. We already covered that. Oh, Michael Ian Black. Yeah, Michael Ian Black, very funny back in the day. The more political he's gotten, the less I like it. Here he is. I'm sour on my nation because the nation has soured on itself. As a people, we've decided to dissolve the uneasy bonds of committee, COMITY, between us. Rather than writing a peaceful sequel to the bloody 20th century, America began to work on the prequel to Mad Max. That's just simply not true. Ardent, speaking of no kings, I would prefer a king to the unelected layers of bureaucracy with no accountability in both our governments. I would not. But addressing Michael Ian Black, I don't know where he gets this stuff. You know, you're talking about Trump, who wrote up the Abraham Accords, is literally trying to settle the hash of the Middle East, and trying to get a peace deal on the table. He gets zero credit for that. And that is, in my lifetime, the first progress in that area ever, really. I mean, you might be able to point to Carter, but then Anwar Sadat got whacked, and that was the end of that. And really, he didn't really make any significant gains. It's one thing to say about Trump, I don't like his economic policies. I'm a little worried about the BBB. I'm willing to give him a chance because he was successful, and even the most ardent critics agree that he was successful with the economy in the first term. So you got to give him at least some amount of leeway here. Maybe he's right. Maybe the growth will just spur so much growth that it won't even matter. It'll drive down our deficit. I don't know. Ardent, the bloody 20th. Did these people sleep through the lessons in the 19th in school? The problem is it's all about Trump. This is TDS. It's hyper focused on Trump until he finally leaves office in 3 years, right? 3.5 years. He's going to leave office, but leading up to that, after the midterms, you're going to see they won't even mention Trump. It'll all be about J.D. Vance. All be about J.D. Vance all day long. I mean, J.D. Vance this, J.D. Vance that. Oh, excuse me. And suddenly Trump will be yesterday's news. Suddenly it won't matter that he wasn't a tyrant, that he didn't run for a third term, that, the economy probably will be booming again. I'm mostly optimistic that it'll work. Maybe it won't, but I think it will. I'd like to think it will. I'm willing to give him a chance. In terms of getting us not involved in wars, hooray. I wasn't too happy about the whole Iran thing, but again, that seems to have worked. It was similar to what he did with Soleimani. Smack the Iranians down, and then go, okay, that's it. Keep your nose clean. Can he hold it together? I don't know. Maybe it'll all break open again. But for now, it seems like it's working. But these people cannot give any credit in that area. And that's why you can't listen to them. That's why nobody listens to them anymore. It's just the latest outrage. Everything's the latest outrage. It jumps from Ukraine to immigration to abortion to this and that. Every day. It's the NPC chip being replaced. Every effing time. I'm so sick of these people. And look, they're entertainers. Michael Ian Black is a funny guy. Michael, you got better things to do. You got comedy to write that I would love to see. Why you waste your time on this is beyond me. It's beyond me. And you might say, why do you waste your time on these streams ranting about movies and politics? Well, that's my brand. Number one, that's what I sort of fell into. But number two is I'm not the one who has a career. All right? If I was selling 1 million Pineys book a month, I wouldn't have time to do a live stream. And I would probably just do it for fun. And I'd probably tell you like, well, today I bought a restaurant and fired everybody in it because the food was terrible. See? Callbacks. I would just have fun. You couldn't pry the smile off my face if I was one of these millionaire celebrities. You just couldn't. I'd be too busy having fun. But these guys don't have fun. They primp and preen, and then they come online like, oh, it's so sad. This world is a dark place. Oh, it's so sad on July 4th. On July 4th, you got to bring everybody down. Who wants to hear that? Even if that were true, even if it were true, the country's going to hell. You got to come out on July 4th. And where were these people? Where were these people? Sorry, I'm ranting. Ardent, yeah, but they'll try to make Vance look guilty by association with Trump. That's true. It was Popeyes, wasn't it? Probably. Where were these people when Joe Biden gave his ridiculous speech in Philadelphia and talked about the season of illness and death Well, he was standing behind what looked like a red, deep blood red background. He looked like a villain out of a 80s dystopian movie. Not a peep from these people. Not a peep. They all just fall in line and say, oh, he's great. He's a Democrat. Oh, he's a Republican. He's terrible. He's terrible. He wants to kill us all. Oh, a Democrat. Oh, he's wonderful. He's trying to help us. It's unbelievable. It's like they have no will of their own. And I'm so sick of them. And they're all becoming irrelevant. Every single one of them, in my view. They're becoming irrelevant because people are finally just sick of it. You know, if you're going to rant about politics, at least kind of be right, or at least be an independent thinker. I mean, Joe Rogan's on the left. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He's a lefty guy. But he's an independent thinker. You got to give him that. One of the guys they say who's going to join right up with the American Party is probably Joe Rogan. And that might happen. And I wouldn't stop watching him for that. Because Joe Rogan does what he wants. He thinks things through. He's okay. He's okay in my book. Even if he voted for Bernie, he supported Bernie. He's fine though. He thinks. Michael Ian Black, I don't know, man. You know, Michael Rappaport even came around at this point. At least come around to the basics. At least come around to say Trump is not the orange bad guy from Germany. At least give us that. And when it's friggin' July 4th, just say happy birthday, America. Even if you got some negative things to say about the current administration, you know, can't you just say something like, hey, you know, it's July 4th, it's America's 249th birthday, and we're going to be here next year for 250th. Can't you at least be that optimistic? Oh no, we're all going to be in internment camps by next year. That's not even on the table. Anyhow, Ardent, LOL, I saw a lot of folks scorned, or what's that? I saw a lot of folks on, social media talking about how non-Americans were more happy about the 4th than some Americans. I know I was one of them. That's true. And the bots are everywhere on social media, too. There were a lot of bots piling on, saying negative things. I have no idea if that guy who posted a bunch of gay things in here was a bot or not. Were you a real dude? Were you a real dude, gay guy? You can come back. I'm not anti-gay or anything, but I don't know why that you post in there and then you just go away. You know, it's just like most of the people on the internet aren't real and you got to ignore them. You just have to ignore them. But Michael Ian Black's a real person and he's very funny and I wish he'd just go back to being funny. I really do. Ardent at Alex Wass. He's still here. Alex, say something. Say something positive. Patton Oswalt. Happy most ironic Independence Day in American history. Everyone. Yeah, Patton's another guy. But whatever. Drag queen wearing American flag corset sends Independence Day message to Trump. F Donald Trump. Don't care. Don't know who that is. Kind of gross with the mustache. Yeah, so that's the celebrities. I wonder why nobody wants to see their stuff. Michael Douglas says America's flirting with autocracy. At least Michael Douglas is retired and out of acting. I mean, he probably figures, I can say whatever the F I want. No, it doesn't matter for my movies. Rosie O'Donnell blames Trump for causing Texas flooding, put the U.S. in so much danger. Ardent, it looks like David Lee Roth and Sammy Hagar. Yeah. I don't know why you can. I guess you're probably tying into the climate change. It's a shame, though. These people probably should. I mean, Texas has floods during the rainy season. You got to be careful. It's terrible what's happened. Shakira donates portion of show's proceeds to help victims of Texas floods. Well, that's good. That's a positive. Puerto Rican pop megastar Bad Bunny conflates illegal aliens and legal immigration in music video featuring AI-generated Trump voice. Don't care. Ardent, LOL, Trump caused the flooding. Cool, he really is the God Emperor. No, that's terrible. The flooding killed a bunch of people. Maverick, Captain Planet. Actress Cynthia Nixon slammed by pro-choice fans for wearing Make Abortion Great Again hat. You need help? Nothing but great abortions. That's gross. Again, abortion shouldn't be celebrated. I'm not an anti-abortion guy for the umpteenth time. But this kind of like, we gotta have abortions every day. Look, Europe, the countries that everybody points to when they talk about how stupid we are as Americans, they think anything over 15 weeks is barbaric. And they're probably right. I would support a 15-week cutoff, something like that. After that, you got to make other arrangements. Yes, there would be exceptions for terrible things. We all know the terrible things. But for the most part, that should be the norm. After that, if you waited too long, you give the baby up for adoption. You know, if it's not endangering your life, you give the baby. There's plenty of people who need babies in this world. Plenty. Ardent, wasn't Shakira just talking about how she was terrified in the States last week? Yes. Now she's being charitable? What the F? These people give me whiplash and nausea. John Adams, accept the UK with their new laws. Oh, right. The UK just expanded abortion, I think, to... Wasn't it like... all the way up until birth? Something crazy like that. Ardent, safe, legal, and rare was clearly a lie. Why not just let the kid go up for adoption? Yeah. Yeah, and I think we should adjust the government system in that and, like, you know, maybe give... I mean, you already get family leave or whatever. I mean, women get leave. Give the woman some time off and paid leave, and she has a baby, she puts it up for adoption, gives time to recover. Maverick, Shakira is from Colombia. I'm sure everybody in Colombia is as woke as humanly possible. And I'm sure there's total equal rights there for all the rainbow people, and they're very much against climate change, and they're all green and all that stuff. All the lefty stuff. That's Colombia, all right. Sure is. No problems with cocaine or corruption at all. This is a bit of good news. White House zeroes in on divisive political narratives at the Smithsonian Museum. You might remember that Smithsonian put out this insane, I don't know, it was like a flyer. It had stuff about white privilege and critical race theory in it. It was crazy. It was utterly insane. Had no business being involved in the Smithsonian or the museum or any of that stuff. Well, finally they're getting around to like purging the Smithsonian of the wackadoos who are trying to push this stuff. And I say, hooray. Maverick, old news, tweet, the rest of your life a living hell, same as Mel Gibson. I'm not sure I understood that. Ardent, tonight we learn Tony needs to recharge his tongue after 3.5 hours. Yeah, I do. I'm starting to fade. A couple more headlines here. Singer Ben Folds trashes Kennedy Center Director Rick Grinnell, throwing little hissy fits. From the guy who quit as the I think he was the artistic director of the Kennedy Center. He literally quit a minute after Trump got in and made Rick Grinnell the head of the Kennedy Center. He didn't even try to help. He didn't even try to work with the new administration. Just immediately quit. Like, that to me, no bueno. Ardent, sorry, almost 4. Yeah, we got to wrap this up. So what did we learn today? Well, we learned that people love dinosaurs. Oh, they love them. They love dinosaurs. Even when it's not in a very good movie, I suspect. We learned that the summer of suck is here, and this is about as good as it's gonna get in the summer for movies. We learned about Robert Picardo's career, which is pretty extensive. Pretty extensive. What else? Maverick, maybe YouTube is filtering out some comments. Oh yeah, they do that all the time. But usually I get some sort of alert that says that. What else? What else? We learned, what else we learned? We learned Craig Robertson's getting out of comedy, sadly. Michael Douglas is retired, but hasn't retired from shooting his mouth off. Last of Us 2, Neil Druckmann left. We learned a lot of stuff. We learned a lot tonight. We laughed, we cried. The movies became a part of me. And then I went, ew, get off of me, movies. We also learned, don't sit out in the pool too long when you have no base tan, because you will get burned. You will get burned. But now I will at least have my base tan. We learned that Scarlett Johansson is not mid at all. And Natasha Henstridge is still pretty good looking. Ardent, we learned that if you want to see how much trauma I am willing to inflict on myself for views, come on over to the rumble.com/c/ardent party or follow me wherever tomorrow and see my review of Craven. So check out Ardent, everyone. Maverick, did you know that Xena the Warrior Princess is in the MCU? I did not. At Ardent, at Maverick, the character or the actress? Yeah, that's an important distinction. I don't think Xena is in it. Maverick, the statue used to kill Captain Marvel in the Doctor Strange 2 movie was Xena, Warrior Princess. Ah, okay. No, I did not, because like most normal people, I did not see Doctor Strange 2 because it looked terrible. And yeah, I'm not surprised though. Ardent, Lamau, that's hilarious. Lucy Lawless was in a couple of episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show. Maverick, Ardent, the character. So both, really. The actress and as a character and warrior Xena Princess. Xena Princess Warrior. Clint Miller, we learned that Joan has some strong opinions. She does. I apologize for my dog again. She's very... she can't... She's a dog. So she doesn't know. But she'll chill out now, right, Joan? You okay? Speaking of which, I gotta get Joan on a WALK. I gotta take out my trash. What's coming up for me? Oh, next week. Next week, if you're in South Jersey, come on out to the Moods Farm Blueberry Festival, where I will be getting some blueberries. I'll tell you that. Maverick at Ardent. She was in Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire. Ardent at Clint Miller. Hoo boy, you ain't wrong. I'm still a little shell-shocked by what she thinks of the Browns. Oh, you're talking about Joan. Ardent at Maverick. Yeah. John Adams. Night. Good night, John Adams. Good night to all. Thank you for joining my stream. Ardent says, have a good night to me, a good week, and a good snooze. I will. Thank you very much, Ardent. Thanks to all. Clint Miller, Blueberry Millionaires. Book 11 of the Pineys. And don't forget, book 18 of the Pineys is dropping this month. It will be about Williamstown. And check out the history. And if you want to learn more about the history of South Jersey and some of its legends, read my books, The Pineys. Here, let's go to the t-shirt store. Check out the t-shirts. This is how I get everybody off the stream. I start talking about merch. Check out the t-shirts. Check out the books. And go to my videos and watch some of the shorts for Legends of the Pines. And you could get all caught up. Ardent. Still at number 1. Get reading, Ardent. My friend actually... Let me see if I can get to this without exposing certain things here. This is my Facebook thing. My friend was reading the Pineys, and he posted... Where the heck is it? He posted a picture. Oh, there it is. See, he's reading the Pineys on the beach. There he is. He's reading 3 now. He also posted a picture of 2. There it is. There's 2. So he's greatly enjoying the books. So get caught up, damn it. Read the Pineys. All right, that's it for me. We'll see you in the next one.